Do you have a forever world? What brings you back to continue playing Minecraft? What brings you back to play the same world? Let me show you what brings me back to mine. I have very little dirt in my world, as it can only be accumulated by wandering traders. I have no stone, and that means not a single thing crafted from stone that people take for granted. Nor do I have lava, the nether, or the end. What do I have in my world? I have a completely unique experience. A world where every single block has been placed by my own hand. I have respect and appreciation for every part of my world, good or bad. 2,000 days of cultivating a world, 2,000 days of grinding and building. I've taken breaks from Minecraft. It always brings me back to this world, my forever world, knowing that it was completely unique and all built up from one single block. Disclaimer before we get started, what was achieved here is actually not achievable on average in one human lifetime, and therefore I resorted to using backup saves. And backup saves are the one rule that is allowed to be utilized throughout the series. Yes, please do come along. And here you can see we have Arnold. Arnold is a very unique block within our world, as he at one stage was the entirety of our world, and he's actually the only block which I didn't place with my own hand. Yes, it's true. I'm actually a really cool guy, in case you guys didn't know, because Arnold put up with me so long that I had barnacles growing on my feet and actually inside of Arnold's hair. Yes, it. Oh, nobody cares. Nobody cares. How many times do you think I fell off you, Arnold? Yeah, it must have been a lot. I have been meaning to make a graveyard, but it takes time, man. Says you, how long did you have that dandruff in your hair before I had to clean it up? Alrighty guys, so the goal here for first episode is to obtain a second block and to extrapolate that principle in the future, obtain more blocks and use them to flesh out our world. So that block that is theoretically accessible right now is the snow block. And in order to obtain a snow block, you need to craft it out of 4 snowballs. In order to obtain snowballs, we need to pick up snow layers on top of blocks, which requires it to snow. We are in a snowy taiga biome, so it does snow, and it requires you, of course, to have a shovel. Now, a shovel is accessible without crafting it via a zombie who has a shovel in hand, dropping that shovel. But in order to obtain that shovel, we need a shovel zombie, which means we need a location for the zombie to spawn. And that zombie can spawn on the only spawnable block in our world, which is our 1 grass block. In order to achieve this, we're going to need to make distance between ourselves and this spawn location by jumping off of the block. The issue is, however, that if you are within 24 blocks of the spawn location, no enemy hostile mobs will spawn. And if you are beyond 128 blocks from the spawn location, then anything that may have spawned will despawn. So the sweet spot is in between these two numbers, and in order to actually fall off the block and die within this sweet spot, we're going to need to reduce our health down to 2 or so hearts. The only way that we can potentially do that is by starving ourselves. So we have our first objective and task of jumping up and down until hunger kicks in at increased rates. Wow. So, guys, I just unpaused the game. I was about to show you guys where the moon is located and talk about how it's coming up on 24 hours in game, one Minecraft day. So, because the moon is going down, so the timing on my starvation is bad. Because if I was to keep jumping, we would starve during the day time. So I'm going to slow it down. Meanwhile, as soon as I unpaused the game, it actually started snowing for the first time. With the exception of the horizon like that, glowing up, we actually can't see the location of the moon and I believe the sun as well during a sort of snowstorm like this. So, therefore, that does actually make this a little bit awkward. And it looks like I'm going to be spending the day, um, well, trying not to lose my sanity here while we just wait until the next night. If I wasn't bewildered enough, guys, I thought the sun was going down, but as it turns out, it's just lightning. So it's gotten a little bit more dim. It would be awfully awkward if I was to get struck by lightning. Just because I've been here for probably over 20 minutes now with the jumping and then waiting for the next night. Myself and my dirt block are shivering here in the cold, and we're definitely not losing our marbles. We're not going crazy, the two of us. But I believe, I mean, just judging by timing, the sun should be going down shortly, and I still have 2 hunger. So I'm just gonna, there it is, there it is. I see that is actually the sun setting. So I'm gonna start jumping. There we go. I'm down to 1.5 hunger. That times out pretty well. Hopefully the snow lets up during the night so that I can see the location of the moon to give a determination as to what time it is. But it really doesn't matter too much about timing as long as it's nighttime. No way! And the snow lets up. Beautiful. Okay, right as the sun goes down, the moon comes up. That's perfect. Well, here we are, and the moon has just gone past the peak of the sky, which means, you know, it's slowly moving towards daytime or morning here. And I do want the timing to be pretty good, where the sun's coming up soon, but it's not crucially important. So I'm going to start jumping. My concern, guys, is that by the time I starve, the sun is coming up. That would be really awkward. So on the quest for our first checkpoint here, which is going to be at low health during the night, we're going to finish this up by starving ourselves. Boom, there it is. So I believe basically the first tick of the void does 2 hearts. So I should die as soon as I make contact with the void. I probably take half a heart or so from starvation as we fall down. But I'm going to go ahead and save this here, guys. And I'm going to make a backup. And then we can just reload the game and fall again and again from this point. I had the realization that if I actually jump off, and then if I make a save file here, when I load the save file, I will actually already be falling. So by cutting out that couple seconds, it just means a second or so from every single time I load the game. So I'm actually going to make a save file here. So I load, fall, respawn, exit out, load, fall, respawn, etc. So after getting into a good rhythm and a good routine, I found that it took approximately 10 seconds per attempt. So I would fall down, save and exit, transfer a save file, reopen the game, fall down and check if there's a mob there, and so on and so forth. Each one took about 10 seconds once I got into it, and that means that I was doing roughly 6 per minute, and therefore 60 times that is an hour, right? Which is 360 per hour. Now, let's be conservative so we know my math, I'm kind of underestimating it, and just, take into account the fact that I might take a momentary break, just rest my hands, stand up, stretch, whatever. And let's say that I was doing 333 or 334 per hour. That means after 3 hours, roughly, I'm doing in surplus of 1,000 attempts. Now, the reason I'm using 3 hours as sort of a benchmark is because I can tell you right now that on the first night I did this straight for 3 hours. And how many mobs do you think spawned within that period? The answer is 0. I never knew it would be this bad. 0 mobs in 3 hours of grinding, guys. I went through a total of 5 hours on that initial night. I resorted to actually going to a testing world to just do a little bit of a simulation here. You can see that this level where these zombies are is -61, and that is actually the same level as my block within my Impossible Skyblock world. And if I fall into the void, but I just started flying here, I slowly descend in order to basically just simulate the fact that I would die on the first tick of void damage because my health is so low. So I just slowly lowered myself in. Then I would find that the zombies, in fact, are still here. Whereas I just fall completely, then they would despawn, as I'll simulate here in a second. But therefore, that meant that I could rest assured that they were not actually spawning, and I was not receiving the results due to the fact that I did a simulation here. So it just meant that, in fact, they were not spawning. After falling for about 3 hours without seeing any results, I basically gave up for that night, but I certainly was incredibly demoralized, guys. And what I did is I basically did in between about 30 minutes to 3 hours every day for almost a month. And what you're about to see are the highlights, the results of that. After a while, I stopped recording because honestly, I had actually given up on the project overall. But the fact is, I just had tons and tons of data of failed falls, and I just stopped recording at that point. But after what was actually like the 8th mob, I came back that day and I decided I would hit record. So you're about to see what happens. No way. There's a skeleton. Oh my gosh, it's been like it's a skeleton. So it is the first mob. Well, that's awkward. I just fell immediately off. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, wow. I mean, that's proof that it works. It's been, I can't tell you how long. Well over 1,000 attempts, but they gave me a huge shock. All I do is like pause and save and exit again. So, yeah, I guess that's proof that it works, but what a grind. Oh. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, that's the second mob. That's mob number 2. Now, I got such a shock. I almost jumped or walked directly off of block. I've got to make sure that doesn't happen. That didn't take too long compared to the first one, guys. Maybe a couple hundred. Wow, mob number 2. Okay. Oh my gosh. First zombie. Oh my gosh. Let's go. How do I tell if he has a shovel? I mean, he obviously is not likely to. But, this is the 3rd mob, guys. That took a really long time. Maybe almost 1,000 since the second one. But it's a zombie. I have done some testing, guys. I think you get a little grace period here. Let me just check if... Oh, I stayed on. Yeah, nice. Okay. Well, no shovel, obviously. Okay, speaking of which, let's just play around with this a little bit here. I'm gonna pretend he does. Now, can I... Yeah, there's a grace period there. Do you see that? When you respawn, they don't hit you for like a second or so. Oh, mob number 3, guys. Mob number 3. So, this is something that I just need to plug away at and just hope to get lucky. Oh! Oh! No! There is no way. I can't believe it. There's a zombie shovel. I need to exit out and make a save file, but this is the 9th mob, guys, I think. I stopped recording because I can't believe it. This is like the 3rd zombie in total. Oh my gosh, I'm so lucky. Dude, I can't even believe my eyes. It's a shovel zombie. I made it to the next checkpoint. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Still can't believe my eyes. I need to die on the... Okay. So close. One more hit. One more hit. So the next checkpoint is to die on the block without getting knocked off. If I get knocked off... Oh, I can actually get knocked off if I'm low health, because then he wouldn't reset if he's on top. But we both need to stay on the block. I'm dead on the block, and then I wait until the sun comes up before hitting respawn. So that's the next checkpoint. It's going to take many attempts. Dang it. One, two, oh, yes! Okay, I fell. I'm gonna assume we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I mean, I can hear him. Yes, dude. That wasn't too bad. Few attempts. So, I imagine if I'm editing, I'm gonna cut the stuff out, guys. Like I said, the objective is to wait until he starts burning, respawn, and make a save file there. It's daytime. Wow. So good. So good. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a save file here. The ideal is that I can get it into a position where he's one hit from death, so I just load in, punch him one time. Alright, he took a lot of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, I think there's a way I can cheese this. It seems like when you open and close the game, there's a grace period as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's try that again. Maybe no jumping this time. Oh, it seems like I do need a jump. We'll see. There it is. Oh my gosh, let's go. I've got to save. I jump and punch as soon as loading in. It's time to farm my zombie shovel. Let's go. My shovel, my shovel. And then we'll have our first snow layer here.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
There it is, guys. About a month of grinding in the making. Our shovel, woohoo! And our first snow layer, which has been waiting for us ever since the first night it snowed. Boom! There we go. Get rid of the zombie flesh. Yeah, all I need to do is to wait until it snows again, and we're gonna have our first friend, or Arnold. I just paused it because I was tabbed out, but I just noticed it's finally started snowing again. We're about to obtain our second, third, and hopefully fourth layer, which is going to give us our second block in the entire game. Oh man, I can't wait. And of course, obtaining a friend for Arnold, guys. So I went a little bit crazy here with the ups and downs, dropping the grinds here over the course of a month. And Arnold has been my best friend. It's just been me and him hanging out together. But he's a little bit lonely and he deserves a friend. So I'd really like suggestions, guys. If you could name the second block that we're ever going to place down in this world, leave a comment down below, and the one that gets the most upvotes will officially be the name of our snow block, our first snow block. And as this is obviously going to be the center of our world, guys, the grass block, I hope that one day I have more dirt blocks, more grass blocks, and I wish to preserve our first and second block ever as like mannequins or something like that. Arnold and his friend as a memory for this historic occasion. So let's go layer number 2. Just need it to update here our one block. It's not that likely, it takes a while. We just need it to update 2 more times. Layer number 3, 1 more. And there it is, the 4th snowball. Oh my gosh, what a magnanimous occasion. This is the first time I've crafted anything in this world, and it is our second block. Let's go. And just like that, the size of my world has doubled. Boom. And Arnold has a friend. Epic.
Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
Arnold. You son of a bitch.
Here we are, lads. I'm standing in the snow, waiting for more snow layers and therefore snow balls, which result in more snow blocks. So I officially hereby dub thee Blizzard. That's the top vote. That was your guys' request for naming. Yes, there we go. Now, that happened quite quickly, guys, but I did want to emphasize, guys, just how grindy it was to actually wait on one block during snow and hope that it updated so I could grab the snowball and therefore, you know, work towards creating Blizzard. I did cut so much of it out, of course, due to brevity's sake. Oh, and that's kind of the proof there. As you can see, the snowstorm has ended before I can get that third block up. So what happens? Inevitably, I end up waiting here for flipping ages until the next snow. But of course, having 2 blocks, the rate at which that occurs is doubled, and then 3 we tripled and quadrupled and so on. So it's going to get exponentially faster and faster. So that is our next task here, is to exhaust our shovel and get a surplus of 24 blocks. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's on the agenda here today. It says ultra high octane, adrenaline pumping, ADHD approved action coming up. So the goal of this episode is to construct our own mob grinder, albeit fairly crude, but we need to use the tools that we've learned what's available to us. So previously we unlocked the ability to access snow blocks. As long as we get in surplus of 24 blocks, then that is really going to streamline that process, because I'm 24 blocks away, we can get a zombie. That means shovels, which means snowballs, which means more snow blocks. So we can now extrapolate this and build the world out. I did want to address that I have a lot of suggestions speculating and talking about bone blocks, guys. I don't know if it's a different version of Minecraft or something like that, but we are unable to access bone blocks due to the fact that it takes 9 bones and therefore requires a crafting table. What we are able to access is wool via string from spiders, guys. So that's awesome, and wool is going to be crucial going forward into our build, so more on that later. Nice, it's finally snowing again, and we're just going to wait for those layers. So after the first snowfall, since we obtained 2 blocks, guys, I finished up here with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks in total. Awesome. It was really picking up the pace a lot, and I hope that, yeah, who knows how many days it will take. It's day 20 right now, but eventually when it snows again, I have a feeling we're going to be able to exhaust our shovel, because it just gets faster and faster. Yes. Oh my gosh. More snow. Let's go. I can't waste any layers. Alright, my theory is that... Nice. Look how much faster it is. Yeah, we're going to exhaust the shovel, and we're going to see how many blocks we've obtained in total. Blocks, guys. 14 blocks, that's where we're at. It's day 24, and unfortunately the snow did stop, so it's more tabbed out in my menu here, just letting time pass, waiting for another snowstorm. It's finally snowing again, so 100% this is the last time. We're gonna have to wait. Day 32, guys. 32 days in, and we got 28 blocks out of our shovel. Awesome. You know what that means, right? It means that if I wait over this end during the night, during the dark, we're going to have mobs. I mean, I know technically we had the zombies and stuff, but certainly it didn't feel like Minecraft in any way, guys. This feels to me like the first mobs that are going to exist in my world, and I'm kind of nervously excited. I mean, technically speaking, you know, it is really crude, but if I stand here, they stand there, you know, if I can deal with them single file, I guess this is like the most crude version of a mob farm ever. All I need to do to deactivate them is to walk nearer to them, if that makes sense. And the world is safe even during the dark because they don't spawn next to us. But yeah, I'm excited to encounter our first mobs in this world. Here we go, guys. It is getting dark here on night 32, and we're about to counter spawns potentially. For pretty much the first time, apart from those first few mobs that I had to grind away at. Okay. Got a zombie, guys. Just to practice here. So, zombies are pretty easy to handle, as you can see. And even just knock them off the edge like that. It took absolutely ages, by the way, guys. Almost half the night. So, there's RNG involved on whether they spawn or not, but hopefully the next one comes faster. It's that spider we want, but it's there's a creeper in between. Dang. Gotta do a reset. Let's go. Phew. Awesome, dude. We've got our first string that feels so good. So some people might wonder, how are we going to preserve this item and any other item that's important to us without a chest or anything like that? Well, I have to be very careful, and let's say, for example, a creeper spawns and I wish to reset, or a skeleton. We're going to drop that on the ground. And there you go. The item is going to be waiting for us. So it means we always have to be vigilant and careful. But this is it, guys. That's the nighttime right now. Completely depends on the RNG we get, but you know, one string, maybe more per night. And of course, there's the fact that I suppose a passive mob could spawn during the day, as long as the earth block of Arnold is on the other side. You can get passive mobs. Oh, another spider. Let's go. Okay, just to be safe. Got my string, but... so stressful. You can see I'm both trying to... Oh! Trying not to knock him off. Trying not to walk back into my item if possible, or off the edge. And try not to die, basically. It's hard going. But totally possible. Alright guys, day one. And I obtained one string. So it's not much. That was the first night of playing around with hostile mobs. And yeah, it went about as I expected, pretty smoothly. You know? I don't see what could really go wrong. Maybe an Enderman spawning in, I'm already looking at them, something like that. I've got to be careful. But this is basically the protocol. I'm going to be watching TV shows, guys, and just grinding away night after night to work on wool blocks and eventually getting that zombie shovel. Yes, it's true, I'm from New Zealand, and I am a sheep enthusiast, a lamb appreciator, a goat entrepreneur, and a mutton maniac. Well, I guess it's a start, guys. 2 string. One day we will have our own sheep farm, but for now, let's keep grinding our first wool block. Got a little spider. Come on. I can do this. Sometimes they can drop 2 wool. 2 string. Yes! There it is! Oh my gosh. Let's go. Guys, it's so hard to... You know, if he's coming from the left, I have to walk to the right and hit them so that they bounce back across that way instead of bouncing like that way, like off, you know? Like, I have to watch my positioning. I have to respond to their positioning, the spider. I have to manage them pushing me back towards death. Ooh, it's intense, dude. But it's totally doable. As you can see, this is our first wool block. Let's go! And on day 34. And of course, every single additional block that we add to our platform is going to increase the rate at which enemy mobs spawn, right? It's basically one more viable spawn location. Now, before we put our boy down, I want to do the same thing as last episode. That's right, guys. I want to give people the opportunity to name our first wool block. I thought hard about it, and initially I thought it's pretty lame to keep doing the same kind of bit over and over. But I actually have come to the conclusion it's not lame at all. Minecraft is, at the end of the day, it's a make your own goals type of game. We have to flesh out this world with creativity and so on. And I think the idea of having a sort of museum, it will be so nostalgic, guys. It's a throwback to each original block as we access them. So with that being said, Arnold and Blizzard are on the other side. There's no way I'm going to forget where Blizzard is for people who are worried about too many snow blocks. He is adjacent to our Arnold spawn point, looking towards the south. So, meanwhile, our new wool block, and this is, I have plans to build the world around this, alright, as well. But there we go. Comments below. Name our wool block. What's the most creative, cool name? And that will officially become his name next episode. So here's the deal when it comes to wool. Let's talk over here away from Blizzard where he can't hear us. Shh. But snow blocks suck. They suck because when you break a snow block, it turns into snowballs. So that means we need a shovel to preserve snow blocks when we're picking them up. However, wool blocks, when you break them down, they turn back into a wool block. And this is what's going to be key. It means that the wool block is essentially the most crude form of a doorway where we can wool things off and then safely break down the wool and recover it. For that reason, I'm always going to have some wool in my inventory.
Huh?
Wow, remarkable. As you can see, guys, our first passive mob, 52 days into this world. And I'm going to do the dignity to our cow here of putting down a little jutting out block. And I don't know, maybe that gives it more space to walk around. I didn't expect that, passive mob. I just made a backup save, guys. Check it out. I think he's a bit far away and it's dark, but I think we just hit the zombie shovel number 2. Oh my gosh. So we're safe because we just hit a checkpoint. I can just knock the spider off, but look. Yes. Yes. Okay. Awesome. All right. So let's make a backup save here. I just got to get centralized so that no mob spawn behind him, and I'm going to go ahead and make a backup, beat him down to 1 hit, make a backup there, and then farm that shovel. Let's go. Okay, there it is, guys. I've got a save where 1 hit from death, and let's farm that shovel. Boom. There it is, guys. Shovel number 2 after 56 days. Brilliant. So I can finally start picking up these layers, and it's time to expand the world some more. Guess what, guys? Day 63, and look what we have. That's right, shovel zombie number 3. So we're getting some real momentum here, and yeah, let's cut to the chase. And grind this skeleton item. Oh my gosh. Okay, that makes things awkward. Gonna make a backup save as per usual, and we'll make this happen. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here it is, guys. Just combining my shovels to repair them up. And obviously, this is going to give us more juice now. I know what some of you guys are thinking as we look over here. Where is our cow friend? There's not enough room in this world for the both of us. No, it's okay. We have plenty of completely real friends, living friends to take care of us, guys. Yeah, the thing about passive mobs, now I think about it, guys, I'd have no way to cook the food and no way to store items. So, considering I constantly do this and then jump off and reset, we want to keep it very streamlined and only keep the items that are actually important to us. So, bye-bye cow and most other passive mobs for now. Bow on the ground. Oh my gosh! Look at the durability on this bow. Wow. I mean, I do obtain the odd arrow throughout the course of the night. Definitely multiple arrows, or potentially. Currently I only have 2. I actually thought I had more than that. But yeah, that is awesome. We do have one problem, which is when I hit an entity, it is most likely going to fall off at any given time. And so the more that we can, more arrows we can obtain, the more we can just shoot them, fire upon them with a fully drawn back bow, the more easily we can dispatch mobs without losing their potential asset. Really, really nice. Yo, I think I'm out here just doing the same old thing. Day 73. I think I just hit this guy, and I think he has a shovel in hand. Yes, he does. Let's go. Took many days here. Obviously, a simple grind compared to what we've been putting up with prior to this. So I've already made a backup. I just made a backup when I thought that I spotted the shovel. That can be fine. We can leave that there. Rather than grinding more mobs throughout the course of the night, guys, I'm going to just deal with this. Let's whack the skeleton off. Okay. And Alright, guys. This is the final showcase here of the episode. So I've jumped ahead. Before we get into that, I just want to show you guys. Look at this. You saw the farmer coming together, and look how extremely effective it has become. I'm ready on Snowfall to expand the world even more. I just want to address the fact that Silk Touch actually sucks. It turns snow layers into snow layers and not snowballs. But what I can do is combine it to get rid of the enchantment. So I'm going to use the durability up here and then combine it with that one to max durability once again. So these were all my shovels accumulated together, and this was actually the best drop in terms of durability I've ever gotten so far. So awesome. As well as bows seem fairly common right now. Arrows maybe not so much. Farming string pretty effectively, as you will see with how much I've used. And with no more further ado, let me introduce to you my 100-day progressed world. The name of my world right now is the Tadpole.
Bruh.
There it is. Awesome. I'm so excited. So let's show off exactly how this works. First, notice the three-way bridge here. This means at nighttime when they spawn in here, the spiders, at least one at a time, can be handled really easy. Much more room to maneuver around, back up, and also prevent ourselves from knocking them off the edge. I do resort to, if there are multiple spiders at once, potentially using our bow. Otherwise, I like to use wool because it is actually 2 blocks turn into 3. So I've stacked wool on wool, whereas I could put a block here with carpet underneath or on top. But instead I'm doing wool on wool. It's more efficient. And the reason why I'm using the carpet, the wool carpet, is because baby zombies cannot actually walk through this gap. So nobody likes baby zombies, not even mother zombies like baby zombies. But yeah, it's completely safe. The only thing that can slip through are spiders themselves, which is so perfect because that's who we're farming for more wool each night. Here's our boy Arnold and Blizzard. And yeah, you can see the form follows function design, guys. So this block here is exactly 24 blocks away from us if I stand here. And this is exactly where I stand at nighttime to activate the grinder, or the farmer, so to speak. So nothing can spawn on top, but they can spawn within side. Now, alternatively, I could put carpet on top, but that's more wool, which, you know, is valuable to us. And we need to make gateways and stuff like that, just like this guy here, to break down to give us access, which we can easily recover as we expand the world. But the other reason why is because right now the world has a very you know, it's kind of boring daytime, as you can see, and it's very action-packed nighttime, and that's going to change as the world develops. I hope that the world gets so large that we will see a lot of passive mob spawn, and that includes the traveling or the wandering trader. So he could potentially spawn on these as they are spawnable blocks, whereas if I put carpet on them, not so much. So we definitely use our own location to activate the grinder. Now, the reason this exists, it's temporary. I can just simply clean it up like this, but that's where I put my back when nighttime comes, so that my back is safe as we run forward to aggro spiders. We don't want anything spawning behind us. And we've got our key location here, our nice wool block. And the reason why I've marked this differently with a wool block is because when I back up here, this means that this area is now viable to have mobs spawn on top. So as soon as it begins to snow, I'm going to flesh out the world even more, and basically creating a larger area in which passive mobs can spawn, and therefore increasing the productivity of each day, where we're going to be looking, of course, towards boxes for... Whoa! You see that? The timing! That's what I'm talking about. That's proof of concept right there. This will only increase in frequency as we have more spawning location. But as you can see, there's a chance that foxes spawn with items in their mouth. And the key, of course, is emeralds that we can trade with the Wandering Trader, okay? But in order to achieve such a thing, that's going to be next episode when we flesh out the world to be even more vast. So I wanted to give you guys a little bit of insight as to how it is here. A little bit of real-time playing on the Tadpole. And as you can see during the nights, it is pretty productive here. The sheer volume, I'm a little bit comfortable. I shouldn't get cocky here, but pretty comfortable doing this every night. Here we go. And the sheer amount of string that I'm getting is pretty good at a decent rate, as well as I always want to knock creepers off, but I can go ahead and look from above to see if they have any tools. Doesn't look like it right now, but these zombies are giving us shovels at a decent rate. So now that it's snowing, it's time to begin to expand the world. I'm going to expand around the left and the right in order to increase the productivity of the daytimes as well. All right, before we continue, guys, I wanted to continue the tradition here on our channel where I dub the third block unique and first wool block of the world Woolium. So great name job. Thank you very much for that, guys. And to reiterate for people who do not know, the reason I have a random wool block here along the snow is to indicate the distance at which that this inner area would become viable for passive mobs to spawn. So that is Woolium's job. He sits here on watch. Time I was cleaning up the world and expanding out, and it just started snowing again. I guess it's a very snowy world here, guys. But as you can see, I've expanded and the world has taken shape. It's evolved a little bit. I no longer call it the tadpole, but instead the stingray. Check that out. I like giving the world cute little names like that, guys. It's I don't know. This is my whole existence right now. I'm very attached to it. So yeah, continuing the principle, guys, in theory, if I'm standing here, these are all completely safe during the night by using basically the proximity to us, right? Nothing can spawn, whereas the productivity of the spawner continues because it's the only location mobs are spawning throughout the night. So yeah, hopefully I can use the shovel and just grab some more and keep expanding the world now that it's snowing again. Oh my gosh, a magnanimous occasion. I just made a backup because I spend most of my daytimes hoping passive mobs spawn right now. Waiting for what? That! My first emerald! Let's go, dude! Sick. So the fox just exchanged something in his mouth. Killing a rabbit or something like that. I saw an emerald in its mouth, and there it is. The downside is I now have another item in my inventory. Every time I want to reset the enemy mobs, I need to drop it on the ground like that when jumping off. But the plus side is that that is exactly what I'm here for. So you might have seen in that last clip that I put some walls up, and I just wanted to show those off right now. The morning's come, it's a bit safer. This is what I'm working with right now. Just using the wool that I have, putting it down instead of holding it in my inventory. And we've got some carpet here to prevent baby zombies from coming through. They can't get through that gap. But I can simply bust the wool down, go through, and then pull the wool back up. So I have been encountering some issues with mobs spawning on the outer areas. Alright guys, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a real-time experience here once again. Oh jeez, bunch of spiders spawned. So notice, I'm going to have to use my bow here. First of all, guys, you can see I just got a bunch of shovels again, nicely. That's good. Notice that there's a ton of mobs over there on this area that I've created. And, oh gosh, 1 second. Notice that I'm standing to the right now. That means technically over on the far left of this area, mobs could have spawned. So although in theory, my idea of kind of like activate the spawner by standing on this position and then activate the outer area by standing on William, although that works good in theory, the world is actually becoming exceedingly dangerous. So, for example, that spider right there, guys, if I go out to even provoke him, nice, that's going to spawn mobs here, and they can actually shoot me as well. So, not only I'm encountering one issue where I'm getting the majority of mobs on this end, as you can see, as opposed to the spawner. And the spawner it's still very fruitful, thankfully, but I am beginning to realize some of the flaws in my design. And I just wanted to let you guys know. Right now, I'm thinking that I'm going to extend these, the wall, with wool. That's the next use of my wool, to basically break the line of sight or the perception of enemy mobs that will spawn on either wing. So it was at this time that I did a really quick stream just to test the waters in terms of streaming, just showing the world in its current state off to like a few of my friends and stuff like that over on Twitch. And this happened live, guys. So I wanted to show you here, but that's why I'm a little bit different energy. Like I was really distracted, a little bit overwhelmed. Check it out. Pretty fast and consistently, but we need... No way! Yes! Emerald number 2! No, no! Don't fall off, don't fall off. Don't fall off, don't fall off, don't fall off. What the frick? He traded items. Let me... Yes! Yes! Emerald number 2! Let's go! Oh my gosh, 133 days in. Yeah, so as you can see, I obtained my second emerald live on stream. Pretty awesome. And right when I was talking about standing back and having passive mobs spawn as well. So as you guys can see, we're making quite some progress in the world, but that progress actually kind of slowed down in the sense of the overall evolution of the world. And I spent many days doing much of the same thing, where I was basically killing spiders, trying to access that spider string and therefore blocks via that method. And the method of obtaining shovel zombies in snow, that had become a much rarer phenomenon. And so as I was able to slowly accumulate blocks, I was really thinking hard about where I should be investing those blocks, because there's really no take-backsies here, guys. If I put a block down on adjacent to the void, it's very difficult to, basically impossible, to get underneath it and guarantee that I can reacquire that block. And let alone the fact that I need shovel durability to take back the snow blocks into my inventory. So after many days had passed, there was one major thing that I haven't really been showing to you guys because it's not that exciting, a bit of a bummer. And that is that if I'm going to obtain the Wandering Trader, I need to make sure that there's no snow on the ground, guys, because I am informed enough to know, I've done my research, that the Wandering Trader does not actually spawn on a snow layer. So that is the big bummer, guys. I spent probably tens of hours, I don't want to say 100 hours over the last month, but a long time cleaning up the snow layers after every single snowfall, whether I had the shovel to turn them into blocks or not. However, as you can see, I was getting the results, and it was just a matter of time, I suppose, until the moment of truth. Boom, boom, there it is, another emerald. There it is. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Let's try to trap this guy so it's nice and safe. I've been a little bit reckless in the past. Oh, save, dude. Yes, let's go. Emerald number 3. Oh, the juice, the value. Let's go. Awesome. Alrighty, guys, coming off the high of obtaining my 3rd emerald, which I'm stoked with, I wanted to show off the state of the world here. It's been 47 days since the beginning of the episode, So really beginning to put some time in, and the world has undergone quite some dramatic changes. So with that being said, let's take a look here. You can see I've just committed to having large pads on the left and the right side. Although there's a massive downside, which I'll get to. I've reworked the wool walls. It's quite hard to say that without sounding weird. The wool walls. And I'm really, really satisfied with them. So believe it or not, as of course spiders could just previously walk directly over the wall, it was really quite challenging to actually create a design which used minimal blocks, but also got results in making the world nice and safe. So as you can see here, the world is extremely safe all of a sudden, as that blocks the line of sight of pretty much every mob, and the spiders are unable to come over the edge. So I'm very happy on that front, and I'm beginning, hopefully, as evidenced by the emerald we acquired recently, I'm beginning to take advantage of the larger fruits of the day, so to speak, as passive mobs are spawning in an increased rate. However, the downside is that due to so many viable spawning locations at night, the spawner itself, the grinder that I've been utilizing to obtain all of these shovels and so on, as well as the majority of my wool, right? This is where the most of my spiders had spawned. So that means blocks, guys. It means snow blocks and wool blocks. The rate at which that I'm obtaining them has reduced a lot. So I'm in a bit of a conundrum where, like, if I expand, I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot. And it makes me realize that if I could redo this, I probably should have sat on a smaller world and really, really grinded like a whole inventory full of shovels and then built the world out massively. That's probably what I should have done. But I've put so much time and energy into this world, guys, that it's too late now, to go back. There's day 148 and it's snowing again. But before we continue, I wanted to show you guys that I actually have hopefully, whoa, go away, scary, settled on a world name for the world, which is the Warhammer. Check that out. That's what we're settling with now, so yeah. Yes. Emerald number 4, let's go. Continuing the daytime protocol of standing back on William, giving enough space for the world to generate passive mobs, the vast majority of which, of course, are foxes, rabbits, and wolves. However, just like the second episode, we did get our genuine passive mob, our pig friend. So I ended up fiddling around awkwardly, trying to body push our pig over towards the handle of the hammer, as I pretty quickly realized that I'm going to need an area if we get passive mobs to basically corral those mobs, and I chose this as the designated area. And so I opted to use the blocks that I have, thinking hard about what is the next most important thing. I decided I was going to trap the pig in with a so-called pig pen. After building some basic walls for the pen and trapping the pig in, I went back to waiting for passive mobs, and lo and behold, a chicken spawned in as well. It occurred to me pretty quickly that I could use the bones that are left around by the skeletons during the day as they burn up to create bone meal, and therefore acquire seeds off of Arnold's hair, of course, and then utilize the seed to attract the chicken. And I just chucked him temporarily into the pen as well, alongside of our pig. It occurred to me I needed to create a little space for the chicken to be safe from foxes actually gobbling them up. And while I was fiddling around with this stuff, I saw over on the horizon my first wandering trader spawn in. Oh my gosh. First ever trader. The first ever trader. I'm actually... I don't know what to say. The first ever wandering trader just spawned in. It's day 161. I have 4 emeralds. Let me see it, of course. Above anything else, we want the moss block. Come on. Come on. Dang it. That would be a bucket of water, which I can't afford either. Despite unfortunately the trader not having the items we're looking for, I was able to coerce him over to the safer area of our world, the Warhammer, and actually trap him in an area, as well as dispatching the llamas, acquiring 2 leads, and ultimately acquiring a bucket of milk as well. By basically making a backup save file, softening him up towards 1 hit, and then finishing him off during the morning while he's sipping his bucket of milk. So the next passive mob to spawn in many days later was a pig, another pig, as opposed to a sheep, cow, or chicken. I'm stoked with that, guys, because if we can obtain carrots now, I'm able to actually breed the pigs and slowly but surely start building up a family. I've got good ideas for these pigs. With that being said, I did faff about a bit. I completely forgot that I have the leads and how useful they would be. So just like the first swine, I began to basically fiddle about trying to get this pig over towards the area, completely forgetting that I could just use the lead. But that wasn't on my mind at all. Instead, I was really excited. Why? Because as I dawdled about trying to body block and push the pig over towards the direction, lo and behold, another trader spawned, guys. Oh my gosh, I was messing around with my second pig and I've got second wandering trader here. No! No! Now, this second trader didn't have the trades I was looking for either, but I was excited about the opportunity to obtain 2 additional leads, guys. As it turns out, in this area, in this choke point with the pig, it was getting really dicey, and it was just a matter of time till one or both of us fell off or something. And for that reason, I actually lost the trader as well as his bucket and the leads and so on. But I wasn't that torn up about it. I already have those items. It's not that important to obtain a few more. So I was really satisfied with the days, guys. They were exceedingly fruitful and going really, really well. But like I already mentioned, I was obtaining fewer and fewer shovels, which meant fewer snowballs during the nights. What I was still able to obtain, though, is string. Maybe not at the peak, but I was able to obtain a decent amount of string. So I thought to myself, if I really knuckle down and obtain some wool, what could I do to increase the rate at which we can obtain blocks? And that build was going to be a spider farm. Therefore, I could basically use the string or wool to acquire even more string or wool and move away from the reliance on snow blocks. So I got to work in a creative world, guys, where I basically designed, along with the suggestions from my Discord members, people helped me out, and we designed a space at which that only spiders were viable to spawn during the night, and therefore just hoping that if I put this behind the mob grinder, it would basically just increase the rate at which that I would have spiders spawn there due to the availability, and I would come in after the night and clean them up, obtaining generally more string and generally more blocks that we could then invest into other parts of the world. Bit of a proof of concept, as you can see here. This is the design that I was going with. Alrighty guys, before we invest and do a dramatic change to the world, adding the spider farm to this area, I wanted to show you guys where we are at before the dramatic change. Day 181. So it's been 81 days since the tadpole has existed, added wings, turned into the Warhammer, etc. This is what it's like during the night, guys. Nice and safe, as you can see. I can wander about freely with no issues. But as per usual, the mobs are all on the outer area, and this is where I often see shovels that I can't take advantage of. As the sun is coming up here, guys, I'll just show off my items really quickly. So I did learn from my community, thank you guys, that you can control drop items with Q. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. I'm always here and excited to learn tips from you guys. If you could improve my gameplay, that would be awesome. So I'm much less worried about the issue of having to drop my items all of the time, as I can drop them quite easily, and therefore you can see that I've turned a lot of the bone and bone meal into flowers, seeds. We're accumulating quite some interesting items, and I do actually have a little bit of regret now of some of the items that I dropped, but that's okay. The main thing I'm trying to grind out here is some blocks, string, carpet, and so on to put into our build. do a quick reset of the mobs here. This is the life, guys, on the Warhammer. That's how I get rid of them really quickly, if I will. Alright, now that the sun's up, guys, I want to show off the one thing that I haven't really shown off at all, which is the sort of temporary but also finished animal pen here. So I invested a lot of blocks in this many days ago, and as you can see, we have got our 2 pigs as well as our chickens safely inside of this little area, so the foxes can't get them. So guys, I know a lot of people wanted me to tame a dog, and there's actually so many dogs, guys. I can tame them at any time. Ever since that first one, there's some dogs right over there. Do you see them? They're so common. I can do it at any time. And initially, when I saw that first dog, I was worried about it knocking me off when I didn't want to and that sort of thing. So we have no dog for now. We can easily get one. But instead of naming the dog, I thought we could name some of our animals here. So I will take the liberty, because who needs a dog when you got a pig, a swine? Do you know what I'm saying? Look at this guy. The pigs are going to be called Frank. And yes, all of them are going to be called Frank. Now, it's very difficult to actually tell them apart without a name tag or anything. So they are all going to be called Frank at any given time because of their lineage, their dynasty. And that dynasty is the Frankenswine dynasty. So I definitely don't have any evil plans for our piggies, guys. And there's definitely not a very evil reason that I want to accumulate them. But I thought it'd be really cool, guys, as you know, the passive mobs are so rare, the real mobs. And as if we accumulate, say, chickens, right? All of the chickens could come from our chickens and the chickens' eggs here, which means they're all related. And if I ever did get another one, I could just slaughter it really quickly, you know, because that's probably the productive thing to do. So imagine if all of the animals on our world are pretty much all from the same lineage and dynasty of animals. Like we get some cows, we breed them with the wheat that I'm accumulating, which is from foxes' mouths. I think that would be really cool. The pigs are going to be the Frankenswine dynasty, and I would be interested to know, what do you guys think is a really cool name for our chicken dynasty of the world? You hear that? It's another egg. Let me know in the comments down below.
One day later.
Guys, trade number 3, I'm shocked because it really hasn't been that long. This is doing great. It took 60 something days for the first one. The other 2 have been they've been less than half that easily. Backup save, okay? In case he falls off or something, let's not make that same mistake. That means I should be able to get another bucket and more leads. Oh, I'm excited. The sun's going down. Frank can't get out, can he? Okay. Come on, baby. I actually am on 6 emeralds now, guys. This is it. Come on. I think you guys know, well, a tree costs 5, but there's something even more valuable than that. Let's see it, baby. Oh, my God. Yes. Too easy. There it is, boys. There it is, guys. As you can see, the moss block after 182 days in game and months in total of grinding, we've got the moss block. This is probably the most pivotal point ever since the initial zombie with a shovel. I'm absolutely stoked over the moon, and needless to say, that next episode is going to be absolutely action-packed.
We've become bored with watching actors give us phony emotions. While the world he inhabits is, in some respects, counterfeit, there's nothing fake, no scripts, no cue cards. It isn't always Shakespeare, but it's genuine. It's a life.
1.7 billion were there for his birth. 220 countries tuned in for his first step. The world stood still for that stolen hit. An entire human life recorded on an intricate network of hidden cameras and broadcast live 7 days a week to an audience around the globe.
It's a real one block video. As usual, guys, I want to start off with a name drop here. So we're going to be naming our chickens and the chicken dynasty as of suggestions from the previous video. And that name is going to be the Mother Cluckers. So thank you for your suggestions, guys. That's what we're settling with. I do want to stay away from being too crude or anything like that, if we can, please, with our suggestions, but that barely scathes by as acceptable in my book. These are our chickie babes, after all, our hens. They are the producers of our, laying our eggs, and they are the Mother Cluck dynasty. Let's go. Alrighty guys, here we are. I can't believe this. This is the first time that I have played in a few days because there was a ton of actual theory crafting that I needed to do. Oh my... Okay, because I was distracted with the wandering trader that spawned in, I didn't do the basic thing. Whew. Oh my gosh, I thought that creeper was going to explode and blow up the world there. I didn't plug those gaps, which I do every night, but obviously this was a bit of a unique night and I was distracted. Got our trader here. So of course we have the legendary moss block. I'm going to place it down away from Blizzard and Arnold. It can turn Arnold into moss. We're going to go here. That is... Moss is the most significant block we've picked up since the beginning of the game, due to the fact that if we bone meal it, actually value the seeds will potentially get, oh, carpet. Let's go. That's nice. Moss carpet. Cool, that has its use, and there it is. There it is. That is our first tree. Wow. And that means we're about to obtain wood. Oh my goodness, guys. 182 days into this world. But let's go ahead and celebrate this occasion. Nice. Wood. Oh my goodness me. And the azalea, I believe it's called saplings, can drop from these leaves, meaning I can either bone meal the moss or plant the saplings and bone meal them. I don't believe they ever grow naturally like regular saplings do, but we can bone meal them, as you just saw. So this is going to become our designated dirt growing block, as that's not Arnold's job, and I plan to use that not just for azalea trees but for other things as well. Okay, so if we don't get sustainable saplings here, we will bone meal this again, but oh my goodness, guys, there it is, the crafting table. Dang, I feel like we should name our crafting table as well, honestly. I mean, this can go anywhere for now. Alright, this is unbelievable, guys. Oak planks, sticks, and wooden tools. Oh man, I don't think I've ever been so grateful to obtain wooden tools in my life. I mean, guys, one issue with the iron shovel is it just blows through these blocks in a millisecond. Maybe the wooden shovel is slower, and therefore it's debatably even better than the iron shovel was in regards to snow, right? If you understand what I'm saying. Awesome. Let's get a whole roster of different tools here. Shovel, sword. I genuinely think there's no reason to make a pick, because I can't even get stone, guys. It's not worth it. Could get a hoe. Awesome. You know what's going to be glorious here, guys? Storage. My first ever chest. Let's craft that. I've got to be careful climbing up that these mobs don't see me. As soon as it becomes daytime, we're going to jump off and reset these mobs. Okay, let's get a chest. Wow-wee. And there's something even better than this, guys, as well. We've got wool, right? Oh my goodness, a bed. As the morning comes where I can sleep the night away. No way, a bed. Too many monsters nearby. Okay. Let's see about over here. Would it give it to me? Oh my gosh. Okay, that's it for this episode, guys. Thanks for watching. I sleep. Bitty bye-byes. Bitty bye-byes. I'm just kidding. Oh my goodness. I've been awake. I've been awake for hundreds of days. Sleep feels amazing. I'm so rejuvenated. Okay, into the chest we go. Oh my gosh. I don't even remember how to play the game, guys. Shift click, right? It's been so long. Okay. Store items. Wowee. Reset. Let's go. Mobs are gone. Now, this Wandering Trader is going to disappear soon. You know, I spent a ton of time thinking about what is best to do with our emeralds, guys. And the fact of the matter is, for now, we lack emeralds and they're actually scarce. So, I'm actually going to allow him to disappear. We don't need the bucket of water for the 5 emeralds that we have. So we say, bye-bye, trader. Get out of here. No, I'm so grateful for the moss. Good moss trades. And, yeah, there's a reason I didn't buy more moss either. So let's absolutely just feel wonderful about our ability to access wood. Store things in chests. It's snowing again. Oh my gosh, I can just make snow shovels, dude. It's epic. Now, I have a really good idea. There's so much on my mind, guys, and I have so much planned. But what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to build out a little bit of wood. And what that will do is it will preserve the image of the Warhammer for nostalgia in the future. Right? I've been here for months here playing in this world. I know for some of you it's only been a couple episodes. But if I build out for wood, which is what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to build this out. Capture some of these saplings. What will happen if I do a reset is the Warhammer will still be visible as it's made out of snow and so on. See what I'm saying? So that's a cool little way to play it. There are the saplings. Oh, a chicken. We already have a chicken. Chicken just spawned on the grass there. That was crazy, real time. Okay. Okay, what I do want to do though is pick up the bones before they disappear. Get out of here, zombie. He didn't despawn because he's got an item in his inventory. Get out of here, zombie. Alright, the bones are actually valuable now, guys, because we're going to abuse the bone meal like crazy. It's a fraudulent chicken, not part of the dynasty. Alright guys, I just had a cool idea with the new source of our wood. So this is what I used to call a gateway, the sort of key to isolating these spawning pads and making them nice and safe. The downside is I would have to make a risky jump like this back every single time I want to return. Or alternatively, in order to retain the blocks, I could put a block down, then I could jump over safely, and then I would have to take the time like this to get every single one back and then replace them, right? So again, nice, sufficient, patient approach. I was very happy with it, but check this out. Oh my gosh, isn't it beautiful? Guys, a pink sheep. I just realized. Did he eat? Oh, thank goodness. Arnold's hair is okay. Phew, a sheep just spawned in. A pink sheep? Wow. Okay, we can actually celebrate that. If you stay away from Arnold. Stay away from Arnold. That's a sheep, which is great because we do have wheat and we could breed them. But maybe the fact that it's a rare pink sheep is even better. Very cool. So one of my goals for this episode, guys, was to find rain. Of course, it's normally snowing when the weather conditions turn up around our starting area, which was crucial to obtaining snow blocks. Now that we have access to infinite blocks, provided that we're willing to grind it, aka wood, I made a ton of slabs, and I actually moved initially 100 blocks out to the west, south, and east with the intention of finding rain. But as it turns out, I wasn't able to find anything, and I had to go another 100 blocks until I finally found rain. And rain is awesome good news because if we create a cauldron, we can capture that rainwater. So after doing all this building out, guys, and a lot of grinding wood, I was grinding a ton of wood for all these various projects that I want to do now that we have infinite blocks. It's been about 70 days, guys, and despite it being such a long time in-game, I've only received 1 diamond, as you can see here, in addition to what we previously had, and I only came across 1 additional wandering trader. That trader had sand, and I used my spare emerald to trade it for sand, as sand is, as far as I can tell, that is the only way we can access sand is via wandering traders. As for the reason that we've had so few compared to last session, it's because previously I would stand here where William is, and that would allow this highlighted area to all be viable spawning locations. But instead, as I've been hanging out on this ready area, kind of farming, cutting down trees, it's really reducing the amount of viable spawning location. And, you know, I don't have any regrets. I do want to be farming wood, but this is the reason that I didn't trade my additional emeralds that I have for the moss blocks. I really wanted the moss blocks because they're effectively dirt if we turn them into rooted dirt and then hoe them or something. But I also, more importantly, want to make sure I have at least 5 emeralds at any given time, so that if we do eventually get that oak sapling from a wandering trader, I finally have access to apples, as that's one of our next major bottlenecks. Good news, guys. We have a doggo. So back in the second episode, I posted a ton of people wanted me to tame the dog. So many people were just like, can I tame a dog? Well, in actuality, dogs were really commonplace, and I didn't have a purpose for them. And if anything, I felt like it was a liability at the time. However, times have changed here, and notice that the dog is tied with a lead to this post, and what it's going to do is actually scare any sheep that spawns on Arnold and therefore preserve his hairdo, aka the grass. In other words, This is anti-balding technology right here. We could all do with some of that. You know what I'm saying, guys? So go ahead and name our doggo. Keep in mind, for naming purposes, he is a guard dog. He's a wolf. He's not tamed. And with that being said, once he's served his purpose and we have additional dirt and grass, I will go ahead and retire him, and we will tame him officially as our dog once he has served his duty and his purpose. This is a time-lapse of footage throughout the course of my live stream that I did previously. I'm definitely going to live stream big builds in the future, which I have planned. If you guys are interested and don't want to miss out, make sure to hit the Discord link down below where you'll get a notification when I go live. And the folks who watched that live stream had the honor or duty to name our so important key, Moss Block, and they opted for Bob Moss, guys. So awesome name. I really like that one. And there we go. There's our precious Bob Moss.
Welcome home, Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, it's really cool. Robots and stuff. Trust me, guys. If I just had some redstone, it would be really, really epic. One issue that I had been having, of course, with the snow is constantly needing to clean up the layers in order to enable the Wandering Trader to spawn, as they don't spawn on top of snow layers. And it seems to snow so frequently here in my world. So I was trying to think of an easy solution as to actually creating a lot of spawnable area, guys, without having to constantly deal with snow. Many people suggested string, but I mean, that is one string per block of viable spawning location. So I instead came up with an idea of how I can utilize wood, and that's just simply if I go up really high above the spawning location so that it's not that obtrusive, I can put a ton of trapdoors up there, which will actually let the light through, but also prevent snow from spawning. And the really cool thing about this, guys, is I could actually turn them down if I want and catch snow up above. So this is like the snow sky curtain.
Just try it. Don't get upset if something doesn't go right. You learn from mistakes. Son of a gun, and I have made more mistakes than everybody put together. You learn from your mistakes. There.
And there it is, guys. Isn't it beautiful? Look at our world. Absolutely over the moon. I did find another sheep, would you believe it, guys? Our sheepdog giving us so much value. Somehow he protected Arnold, and he also didn't actually eliminate the sheep. I've built this sort of little cul-de-sac for him. So I think what happens is the sheep gets kind of knocked out of his line of sight as he's tied in there. Awesome. And there it is, the sky curtain, serving its purpose really, really well. For now, it just mirrors the spawning pads below, and I'm totally inclined. I'd be keen to expand it in any direction if I wish. But there is the mob spawner, and let's go take a look. So, would you believe it, guys? I've built all of this trying to be a little bit artistic. I'm not the best. We've got very limited blocks to work with, but as you can see, it is a whopping day 315, guys. So the amount of wood that I've grinded and everything that I've done has taken absolutely ages. As you can see, we're a long way out of the early game, so to speak. And look at it. I'm so proud, guys, of our basic stuff, the tools, some stuff that I've accumulated. Now we're really looking for like silk touch and stuff from the spawner. Tons of bows. I'm never gonna have an issue with that again. Wood for our upcoming builds, some miscellaneous wood, arrows, bones and bone blocks, gunpowder, miscellaneous items, a lot of redstone actually, which is really, really cool. Miscellaneous blocks, there are the juicy valuable ones. There's Bob, and some armor in our chest, and this is supposed to be miscellaneous metals such as our iron, but for now, so check this out, guys. Isn't it? This is such advanced, futuristic. Oh, look at that. No fall damage. This is actually all of the major valuable items I have obtained, guys. Glowstone. Would you believe it? So the farmer coming along really nicely. Getting some good iron, and I could actually place my first light, which is going to be saved. We're just going to start off with a name job on our wolf, guys, which is going to be Harry. I actually really like Harry. It's just a nice, simple, humble name. Reminds me, you know, similar to Harry, guys, but also, you know, it's kind of a play on words of how hairy our wolf is, as well as his duty to actually protect Arnold's hair currently. That's his post and his position. And speaking of which, thanks to Matthias, guys, a great suggestion and comment here. He suggested actually growing hair as opposed to grass, I suppose, on Arnold's head, and that will actually give an extra line of defense. When a sheep spawns, it will actually eat this grass as opposed to the grass on the ground. So I did test that, and that works just fine. It would be so nice if we could name Harry officially, guys, with a name tag, but that would require, of course, fishing up a name tag in our case, and that's going to require water, which of course is iron. Now that's really the main goal and bottleneck that I have right now. I'm going to sit in the mob farm, and if we take a look here, I'm going to show you guys how many of the precious resources I have accumulated. This is what I consider to be the precious resources, but the most valuable as of right now is actually iron. If I can obtain 7 iron, we can create a cauldron and go ahead and whack that over where the rain drops and obtain water, which means hopefully fishing, but many more things in the future. While we're inside of the mob grinder, I wanted to talk about the medium long-term goal of this series, which is to obtain the villager. If we can obtain villagers and create a village, we will have so many abundance of resources opened up to us, including, you know, high-level tools and armor, enchantments, just sheer amount of resources and emeralds, as well as different valuable farms like iron farms and so on. And so this is the path that we're going to take in towards achieving that goal of obtaining villages. If we can grind out 7 iron bars, guys, we can create, of course, a cauldron, and that allows us to go to our raining area where we can capture rain, which gives us access to water. Water is going to enable us to turn zombies into drowned, which drop copper bars, which we can then turn into the lightning rod. Lightning rod is going to enable us to turn our Frankenstein dynasty, the piggies, into zombie pigmen, and the zombie pigmen of course drop the gold nugget, which gives us access to gold. Provided that during this time we can turn our 5 emeralds into oak saplings and therefore apples, we just need the one trader with the right deal. That's going to give us access to the golden apple, and of course combined with a witch's potion we can then turn zombie villages into villages. So I hope that gives insight as to why we're grinding these 7 iron bars, guys, for those of you who don't know what's going on. So according to the wiki, there's about 1% chance that a zombie will drop a carrot, potato, or iron. And whether or not it's iron specifically is about 0.33%. This is a montage of what literally took place over like 14 days, guys, of just farming here and there where I have the time to do so. And as you can see, I would get potato after potato after potato. Finally, I started getting some carrots, some glowstone, which is a great bonus. It's actually the only way I can access a light source right now. Followed by more potatoes and more potatoes. Completely dry on the iron side of things, but then I got 3 iron in a row, guys. Bringing me only 1 iron away from that cauldron. I was so excited. It did take a little while longer. I got some more carrots, some more glowstone, more potatoes, and then finally that 7th iron dropped. If you're wondering what that large building is off on the distance, it's a monument that I was in the process of constructing. Otherwise, I wanted to show you guys some immersive walking around in the snow. And the reason is, guys, because the snow, it sounds silly to say, but it's been quite oppressive here for the process of me recording those videos and stuff. If you go back to the first video I ever posted here on the channel, it really is quite blurry and stuff because the sheer amount of pixels, the bitrate that is consumed or taken up by the snow. But I must say, now that we have some indoor areas, some shelter, the sky curtain, these sort of things, the snow is beginning to grow on me and I don't dislike it so much. Okay guys, first rain. It just started raining. This is the first rain since I've obtained 7 iron. So I'm just going to bite the bullet, guys. It's kind of a shame in a way to see that iron go. I'd love to make other things, but let's craft the cauldron. There it is. Let's go. This is like the most high tier advanced technology that I've accessed in the entire world. Months in the making. I'm gonna need some bottles here, and this bucket, of course, if you don't recall, we cheesed this by basically making save files, and we farmed it from that wandering trader when he was sipping his milk, if you guys recall. So we've got our cauldron, bottles, and iron bucket, and I'm running over towards the raining area. So there it is, guys. I've put down the cauldron, as you can see, and I've tried to create a little perch here to, so I can see if it fills up with water. And yeah, I'm just going to AFK here when it's raining and hope for the best. Disappointingly, guys, the rain did not fill up the cauldron. You can see it went out without filling up the cauldron, and it actually took a total of 9 rains to fill up the cauldron even one time. Disgusting, guys. We're talking about a crazy amount of hours, days, in fact. You know, a lot of people wonder why did it take so long for my videos to come out, guys. Between the various grinds, like the iron grind and this grind, it just takes days and days and days of gameplay, and I only have so much time. With that being said, the world have evolved a lot throughout the course of waiting for this monotonous grind. I would spend every rain, I'd run over here to AFK, and as far as changes are concerned, I actually expanded the world by an additional 200 blocks to the north. You can see like the outer ring. Needless to say, I did a lot of things during the period where I was waiting for rainfall. I spent a ton of time harvesting wood and then using that wood and replenishing my wood stores. I planted like hundreds of azalea trees, guys, around the bottom half of the world like a horseshoe. to kind of break up the horizon a little bit and hopefully prettify the world a little bit and see how I like the look. I also constructed these large wooden highways that are consuming a massive amount of wood and giving me something to keep me preoccupied in the meantime. Now this looks like a dramatic change to the world. Don't worry guys, I promise you it's not what you think it is, and you're gonna have to stay tuned to next episode to see what I have planned with these. Believe it or not, they're actually temporary. But what's really cool is by creating this area where it's a viable spawning location throughout this whole world, I did come into contact with slimes for the first time. So there's an abundance of slimes around the world right now. And of course that means I've been stocking up on some slime balls. So I'm not gonna lie guys, I was feeling pretty hard done by with like how bad these grinds were, and I felt like I was unlucky it was taking so long. And then one of the most significant things that has happened in this entire experience took place. I've guessed throughout the grind we got a new wandering trader, and the first trader had exactly what we're looking for. Finally, the oak sapling, the absolute dream. So I quickly ran and grabbed the 5 emeralds that I have to trade for the oak sapling. This guy does actually have 1 emerald for melons. I kind of wish that I had 1 emerald left over to grab those melons.
What did he say?
Unfortunately I don't, but of course I dispatched the llamas and obtained 2 more leads. Some commenters told me that if we put a trader inside of a boat they wouldn't despawn. Now I was pretty confident that that was not the case, but I did decide to test it. Spoiler, it doesn't work guys, they did despawn. So after 541 days in game guys, I find myself in that situation where I've got 1 sapling, and after cutting it down I'm hoping that the leaves will produce more saplings to go renewable mode, right? Well, the first tree only dropped 1 single sapling, meaning it essentially renewed itself, but I was in the exact same position. But lucky enough, the second tree explodes, and as you can see, it's one of those super trees, and I had tons of oak saplings as well as the apple raining down on my head. So let's go. There's no doubt that this world has come such a long way, and throughout the evolution and the growth of this world, it has been so unique and something that I've never experienced before. However, sitting here under the oak leaves, watching the wood and the saplings and apples fall around me, for the first time, my world, my experience, it didn't seem that different after all. And I was getting those nostalgic Minecraft cozy vibes of something that we've all experienced even over 10 years ago in many cases.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Let's go guys, finally, after this is the 9th raining session, this thing finally filled up. Yay, let's go. We need 3 bottles guys, 3 bottles worth, and we have infinite water as far as I'm concerned. So my new protocol is to just AFK and leave the game running. Like even when I'm not home or anything, just leave the game running.
1 day later.
Is this filled by 2? So it's been over 24 hours, guys. I left the game running all night. We've definitely got water all day and all night. Please be 2. Yes! Oh my gosh, I couldn't tell. Oh my gosh, that's it. Wow, that took absolutely forever. So in theory, right, we can put all 3. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, I don't see how this doesn't work. It's just, I don't have much experience doing things like this. There it is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We got water. Oh my gosh, that's a water bucket, dude. Okay, if we pop it down, we've got one source of water, which I believe you can now fill up. Let's go. So that's the strat, guys. And then boom, boom, boom. Which means with 3 bottles and 1 bucket, one source of water is technically infinite. Okay, this is gonna make a mess, but that's okay. As long as I don't get knocked off. Okay, and then we should have infinite water here, right? Wait, what? Okay. Woohoo! There it is. Beautiful. Okay. That was needlessly complicated. But there it is. So there we don't need to worry about the frozen territory over there or anything. We have infinite water in this part of the world. Fantastic. And I'm going to make a backup save. I am going to put a little infinite water source here under the sky curtain in my little main central area. Now, believe it or not, this actually makes it sort of quote-unquote indoors, and it will not freeze over with the trapdoors above. So that's awesome. But I am going to always kind of keep that infinite water source over in the corner of the world, just in case I sort of am absent-minded and forget and open this up and walk away and it freezes over. We never want to obviously lose this. Lovely. Otherwise, guys, I'm shooting this after my second stream on the channel, meaning the Church of the Lightning Stone has progressed a lot. The outside has almost completed, and I've been working on that in my own time, as well as I've added these railings along the side of the monolith, and these steps here, the little back room here, I was able to fit in between to kind of open up the maneuverability, give some flow, and it's around about here. This is why I wanted access that we're going to be working on our next project, which of course is the drowned farm, to farm some copper. So it's going to be like an attachment here to the side of the monolith. Alrighty guys, I wanted to show what I've been working on in my test world as far as creating drowned is concerned. So I actually had 3 chambers here, and one was myself determined to actually create a filter for skeletons. Unfortunately, guys, it seems like it's only possible in a past patch. It is technically possible to filter out skeletons right now. There's a few methods, but it actually requires resources that we don't have available at the moment. Okay, so unfortunately, we will end up with skeletons inside of basically our drowned chamber for now. That's fine. And so as you can see, this basically represents like a mob farm intake, just the 1x1 tube. And what this is going to do, in this case, this goes down into the void, just like in my world. I have been able to filter out creepers, which is pretty cool. So they come down, as you can see, and in the case of a creeper, it's because they actually try to swim up to the surface. They go down. So we'll do straight from the intake here, some zombies, some creepers, some skeletons, and you'll see 3 creepers. All 3 will actually come out to the left side. 1, 2, 3. And everything else ends up down here in the chamber, where the zombies, of course, will begin the process of turning into drowned, as you can see. So we're going to go ahead and basically install this in my world. I wanted to figure it out here because it's quite challenging to construct this, and it's going to be an attachment to the bottom of the monolith. So if you're wondering why the creepers come out, I'll just show you on the inside that this is basically a 1x1x2, right? They're standing in a 2-block space, and that's just enough water here to actually have them considered submerged and flip into drowned. But the creepers, as they try to swim up, they're too tall, and they swim up and their head makes contact with this water. They continue up, and then they get pushed down this chamber. So, yep, that's what we're doing, like I said, and we're going to go ahead and install this in the world. And as it turned out, guys, it was such a time-consuming and extremely tedious process. So I'm actually going to basically just show a few clips, and then we're going to show off the end result here. Yeah, so as you can see, I was able to reroute the mobs down through this water flow. And then it was basically just a matter of building that simple construct that I showed off a moment ago in creative mode. I was able to use our newly acquired water buckets, of course, to descend down into the void, which was a pretty harrowing experience. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is the first time I was able to really visualize how close we are to the bottom of the world. That was something that I didn't quite calculate, is exactly how tight this was going to be, but thankfully I was barely able to fit this all in. And after hours of tediously working on the drowned farm, this is the moment I was able to yield the fruit that it bears. Awesome, dude. You guys know what this means. We're on the road towards lightning rods. Alright, coming to the end of this episode, guys, I wanted to show you the end result. So you can see there are actually some squid there, guys. That was not exactly planned, but as this is some of the only water in the world, of course, this shelter is to prevent these from freezing over. And for now, this is how we're looking. We're sitting here down on the bottom of the world. And as you can see, there are drowned in there, guys. I have obtained 4 copper ingots. So I'm absolutely over the moon. This is working certainly well enough. And I'll go ahead and show you guys that what I've done is I've created a little switch. By the way, these don't get stuck too badly from my experience. They do come down, those squid. I've created a little switch, guys, where you can basically change the mob spawner. So if we look right here, and you can see that this is an upside down step. If we look through this gap, do you hear that? And I can always locate it. I know it's a bit complicated or scuffed, guys. It's because I have so few resources to work with, but I always know exactly where I'm looking because of this trapdoor opening this. And when you switch that trap, we're going to have mobs, as you can see, boom, that start coming down into the regular location. So I can basically switch mode just like that. Okay, so I'm very, very happy with that. And before we end this episode out, guys, I wanted to show you the work that I've done on the Church of the Lightning Stone. As you can see, the exterior, at least, is just about completed. Using some of what I consider to be the more rarer, precious resources available to us to actually top it off. So I've been using some ivory, so to speak. It's actually bone blocks, and also some redstone blocks. But we're going to top it off, guys, with the first light glowstone that I have obtained in the entire world. And if you guys would do me the favor of naming our first glowstone block, I feel like that's a pivotally important block, right? But otherwise, guys, I did chuck these animals into boats. I hit the passive mob cap, apparently, and we can circumvent that by putting them in boats, but it also organized things really nicely. I still don't have any cows, but we do have 2 chickens, 2 sheep, 2 pigs, and 2 rabbits down there. I really wanted to do this light during the nighttime. Yeah. This is all mob-proof, guys. I think we can get away with it. The world's a little bit dangerous. We're going to see mobs spawning all around here, but I think this is okay. So these ladders are temporary, guys. We can actually climb the towers from the inside once the interior is completed. But for now, let's climb these ladders that I have here, guys. And I'm so excited. Wow. The first light, guys, as I have spent, what, 704 days in darkness. And we're going to put our light atop the Church of the Lightning Stone. Whoa, there we go. Cool, dude. Let there be light. Thank you guys so much for watching. Guys, I just recently hit, let's remove this ladder actually, 50,000 subscribers or followers here on YouTube. I'm so grateful and over the moon. You guys are the absolute best community ever. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and stay tuned for more content. Alrighty, and we're going to start off with a name job on our glowstone sitting here atop the Church of the Lightning Stone. Our first ever glowstone in the world, and first light for that matter, is going to be named Sirius. Massively thumbed up comment, and that's perfectly suitable. Sirius the Lightning Stone. He's a glowstone, but we can call him Lightning Stone. Yo, do you guys remember when I built these highways everywhere last session, and I told you we're going to reveal it later? Look! I put water everywhere. So that's why I was actually using full blocks instead of half slabs, because the half slabs like become wetlogged, and maybe I could have done it, but yeah, this just seemed a lot more intuitive and easy for me. Look at our new addition to the world. This is going to be known as the aqueducts, and it is going to follow the entire pattern of the, well, these roads that I constructed. And just like the Church of the Lightning Stone, which I intend to be sort of a monument to the feat of acquiring wood, which one day will look less samey, as other things are going to be built out of different materials. That's the intention. This is a tribute to the acquisition of water of last session, and we're going to make our world feel very water-like. So it gives us the ability to fish inside of, guys. Initially, I just thought of this bit. I thought it would be really cool to have like kind of open water above the void, and that gives us the ability to sort of do some bridging underneath and over the top, to really add some color and diversity to the world, diversity of looks, which I was really happy with. But I did forget that, of course, water freezes. When I was going into my planning, that's what I mean by forget, when I thought, oh, that would be cool and exciting. Water does freeze in our biome, of course, and that is what the roof is for. But the roof currently looks a little bit ugly. If you look closely, because it merges in with the color of the sky, there's more blocks in there. And they're ice blocks. That's right. So I am going to actually tear down this wooden part below, which is a bit of a chore. This whole thing was a lot of work, but check it out. If we're going to have to make a roof over the water, what better block than more water, or ice in this case? So we get the best of both worlds. And over there I was fiddling around a little bit with different looks to make a kind of a roof above this, because if it's only too high, then we can travel around really quickly, boom 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 boom, jumping around the world. So it's going to be kind of like a transportation system, and this is where the inspiration of the name the aqueducts comes from, guys, because it kind of has a lower and like less of just like a canal, but the top bit as well, I'm going to kind of build like archways and stuff like that, and we're going to prettify this as it goes on, okay? Now, you might have noticed, if you have a keen eye, check it out. I've got a witch, guys. A witch inside of a boat, meaning it does not despawn. And yeah, when I was up here, as you'll see in a second, I actually acquired a witch. So I wanted to shoot a little time lapse here of the water freezing over. You can see the majority of the water was already frozen by the time I got up on my little perch. But what is interesting is you can see my little world there with Harry in the water source down there under the curtain. That is obviously where I would spend the vast majority of my nights. And although it is a viable sporting location primarily for passive mobs, due to the proximity of my own location, it would be safe during the night, right? And mobs spawn on the outer pads. However, as the sun went down, as you can see, I'm not gonna lie, guys, I actually forgot, you know, like every now and then you have a slip in judgment. I've been up here and I wasn't at my actual setup. I was letting it run for the time lapse as this took a long time, and you can see that mob spawned everywhere. So I was very lucky, actually. I was just about the right height that no crisis happened. But this is where, when the sun came up and the skeletons and the zombies burnt up, there were lingering mobs, and including the witch. There's a witch there, guys. And we need to start thinking about converting zombie villages to regular villages. So I decided, I've seen a bunch of witches, but we've got to try to capture this one and get him in a boat. Because that time is coming soon, hopefully. Took a little while, guys, to figure this puzzle out. Initially, I was patiently trying to look for a location at which I could stand and place the boat down from my side. Fruitless, not being able to find any spot where I could reach. I ended up actually walling this little gate off, above it at least, and then cutting through. You can see there I put the boat down behind the witch, and after tasting a bit of this poison and letting it wear off, I was actually able to tap it with a punch from my side, which backed the witch up into the boat. And of course, witches, you know, being inside of a boat, it won't despawn, but it's also not going to burn up in the sun or anything like that. So job done, we've got our witch. Alright guys, got him. So I was thinking of this pad is definitely going to be not very productive for its intended purpose, which is kind of to, you know, spawn mobs, which I'm safe from, and potentially obtain, you know, obscure things like string and shovel and stuff. We're going to have to rely on the other side of the Warhammer to obtain the zombie villages, most likely. And of course, more importantly, the real goal we're working on is that gold, the golden apples. But great feeling to have this witch, and it should be around forever, right? It's in the boat, and it doesn't burn up in the sun or anything like that, so very cool. So this is how the aqueducts are going to look when they're kind of finished here on our little map here to represent them. And it involves basically building a second layer roof or a ceiling over all of the highways that we constructed last session. So just tons of wood. Then of course we're going to have to be putting our water down, which is a pretty easy process, to be honest. It does spread pretty quickly. All of the roads underneath the lower layer of water all need to be torn up. Thankfully, I do recover a decent amount of these blocks, as we do use wood as our primary building block for literally everything. So as you can see, I'd say it's probably about 50-50, maybe higher, that I got half of them back, which is really nice. And then finally, we'll be letting the water that we placed on the upper level freeze over, just waiting for it to freeze over. Yeah, and that's pretty much it, guys. It was just a ton of work. It took absolutely forever, and these blue bars are about 400 blocks long, or almost exactly 400 long. To give you an idea, using wooden tools, of course, really big job. But I'm so happy with the end result. Here we are, guys. We've completed the main bulk of the work. As far as prettifying is concerned, I've only partially done this line here that separates the Warhammer and the Church of the Lightning Stone. But I'm really happy I've done the vast majority of the work. Do you see that wood under the ice along these areas? That has to be torn down when I'm putting up these posts to be able to reach inward. That's still a little bit of work, but I'm really happy. Looking really cool. Completely changing the dynamic of the world. It looks so much more fleshed out and, quite frankly, busy in a good way, and a lot more pretty. I'm happy with it. And we're going to go on a fishing arc, guys, because this can all be fished inside of the aqueduct. That's one of the reasons I wanted water. It obviously didn't need to be so large. 5 times 5 times 5, like cubed, I believe, is actually, this is 5 blocks long, but that is the minimum amount that the water body has to be able to obtain treasure. And otherwise, there was a whole bunch of things that happened throughout the course of this huge build, and that's what we're going to cover next. As I took my cauldron that we of course obtained last session and used to acquire water, and put it in the snow this time, specifically to capture snow and accumulate into powdered snow blocks. So it's a slow process, but I am spending a ton of time constructing this stuff, and yeah, powdered snow. I obtained a few more emeralds this session, guys, actually a total of 4 in many days. If you guys recall, foxes can spawn in this biome on snow layers, meaning all of these roads and so on, when it rained or snowed, many of the blocks became viable spawning locations for foxes, and keeping an eye out, I was able to obtain a bunch of emeralds. I was just combing over everything, making sure it was built up. And is that a polar bear? Dude. Wow. It's a polar bear. I don't know anything about polar bears. Are they hostile? Dude. Can you lead? Can you lead polar bears? Cool, dude. I'm gonna go grab a lead, and I'm gonna see if we can like put him in a little pen, and that might be the beginning of the polar bear dynasty. You can lead him though. No, the boat does not work. Okay. Alright. Let's create a little animal pen here that's mob-proof this. He probably can't fit through a 1x1 gate, which would be cool. I'll put a gate on, but for now this will do. Awesome, man. We've got a polar bear. The lead should prevent him from despawning. Wow, that's really cool. Something that I did not expect or anticipate. It's finally time, guys, once again to progress in the world, and that means moving our way towards, of course, obtaining gold for those golden apples. Here's the finished result, guys, the lightning chamber. As you can see, made of snow, so that it doesn't catch on fire after strikes. That's the idea. And just a simple area that's going to be filled out with piggies, the Frankenswines, and the copper rod to attract the lightning bolt here in the center. Everything's equipped with buttons to make it mob spawnable proof. And a fun little fact here, guys, little baby pigs can fit through a 1 chamber here, sort of a 1x1, but adult pig's head is 1 by 1 in size, and so this little door will actually block them from escaping. Interesting concept here, because we're going to bring babies in, and then they're basically going to be trapped in whether the door's open or not. But that's it. The idea is to just bring the pigs up, breed them, and sit here until lightning finally strikes. But in order to attract the pigs and breed them, guys, we're going to need to have a lot of carrots. Thankfully, we do have the rooted dirt block, which is where our original acacia tree grew on top of the moss, as well as the wooden tools, the hoe, and bone meal from our wooden monolith, the mob farm. So I have plenty of bone meal, and that's the only really limiting factor as to how many carrots I can actually have, which is tons, thankfully. Next up, we're just breeding the pig, taking the baby by attracting him with the carrot all the way up to the altar. And after doing a second and third one and waiting for them to grow up, just hitting a bit of a critical mass, breeding them together. You guys know how it is. And soon enough, I had so many pigs, they were actually cramping in the space. I was starting to see pork chops on the ground and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know how many there are, guys, but maybe a couple hundred. So now that our altar is full to the brim with Frankensteins, it's time to find ourselves a good time sink like fishing, guys, to keep ourselves preoccupied while we wait for some tumultuous weather. So let's talk about fishing a little bit here, guys. With the basic loot table, just normal fish, I mean, hey, it is food technically, right? And I guess it's raw, but I'm a fan of sushi, so it's better than zombie flesh, let's put it that way. But in terms of treasure, obviously some interesting stuff considering the limitations in our world. I think particularly name tags could be really fun to play with. I wonder about if we could get like a horse or something, or the use of saddles could be really cool. But interestingly, junk, if we take a look at the junk, some of this stuff is not junk at all as far as I'm concerned. So lily pads, for example, a pretty cool block that can only be obtained this way as far as I know, but regardless, it has the utility of making bridges across water and stuff. String is definitely useful because it doesn't actually drop very efficiently or effectively at all from my zombie spawner, my mob spawner. So I can never really do with enough string. It's got so much utility, like turning into wool and all sorts. And the one that really stands out for me at the moment, guys, is tripwire hook, because I can't even make levers, guys. The only option I really have is like a button. So tripwire hooks definitely have some potential utility in my mind. And it actually requires iron to craft them, guys. And quite frankly, I've been a little bit grinded out, and I don't really want to be sitting in my mob spawner just grinding iron at the moment. So until we get a village up, maybe in our iron golem farm, iron is very valuable to us. Right now, in order to progress the world, we obviously need that lightning strike, which requires the stormy weather, which is out of my control. So I'm just going to be fishing up a storm, guys, while I just wait, probably watching something on my second monitor until we get that lightning strike.
Several bad puns later.
After many days of fishing, guys, you can see that I did accumulate a lot of stuff, including some of the goodies we are just speaking about. My ritual was kind of like standing here and waiting for my tree to naturally grow, and then I would go down and cut it down, because despite having so much bone meal, it's actually still valuable to me. And then I had a thought that occurred to me, guys, which is I could be fishing right now in a jungle biome. And if that was the case, then I would have the ability to potentially obtain bamboo. How valuable would bamboo be, guys? It's technically a second wood source. Before we set off though, guys, after these many days of fishing, my cauldron did fill up with snow. And as you can see, I've got a powdered snow bucket, or in other words, the snow that we can put down. Very nice. So using the regular seed, guys, and loading up a world, I did find a jungle, and it's thousands of blocks away, so you guys know how it is. Bridging out. We've done this before, but not a mere 200 or 400 blocks this time. Actually, thousands of blocks all the way over here to the jungle we go. It literally took like an hour and a half, guys, to bridge it all the way out here. and let alone the thousands of half slabs that it took. But we've arrived at the jungle, as you can see, and so I quickly built a 5x5 little fishing pond, and there we are. We can now fish with the rare chance of acquiring bamboo. As I was peacefully fishing, guys, it started to rain, and then it dawned on me that if a thunderstorm happens, I'm completely out of position. So I started moving back towards the altar. Oh no, not like this.
Run.
As the sun came up, I knew for sure that it was still thundering, guys, because of the luminosity and how dim it was. And no lightning strike, which is a stark contrast to my creative world where I tested this setup. I really started to feel like something was wrong. And I was right about that. Some people are probably screaming at their monitors right now, but lightning cannot occur in cold climates. Yes, that's right. Lightning strikes do not happen in cold biomes. How crazy is that? I didn't know that. I actually had plenty of comments telling me that my whole wooden world is going to burn down due to a lightning strike, so I guess that's not true, because lightning doesn't happen. The good news is, guys, I got bamboo like immediately after that. Like, for real. As soon as I walked back to that spot, I started fishing and I just got it in like 30 seconds. So that's awesome. Job done, I suppose. So this is the first full unique block I've obtained in the world for a while, guys. Brand new, the bamboo block. Soon I'll be making the museum where we begin to represent some of these blocks. We're kind of getting towards that point. But for now, guys, if you could go ahead and name the bamboo block in the comments down below. What do you think is the coolest name? This is the moment at which we unlocked our second wood source. I'm really glad that I grabbed the sand from that wandering trader, because it's the only access we have to sand in this world. Because each one is a viable plot, as you can see, for our newly acquired bamboo. I am going to use some bone meal here to speed things up. But of course, this basically self-autonomously grows. It's not the fastest, but it does grow, and that's awesome because I can kind of plant it and go, work on something and then replant it, and then we can hire it all by just tearing this down. So cool. So, each addition to the world in terms of blocks and stuff is an absolutely amazing addition. I'm so excited about it. But now let's talk about all things bamboo, guys. So bamboo, of course, as you guys know, we've got our bamboo block. And those blocks, it's not like an oak log. It is similar. They only turn into 2 wood. But it's still really, really, really cool. because of the way that we can obtain it faster and somewhat passively. I just like any kind of passive progression is really satisfying, right? But having an alternative source of wood, guys, has some really exciting perks. Like, for example, you're going to see this a lot in the world. Not only is it going to eliminate the sort of samey feel of our world where everything has that same oak plank vibe, but it also allows you to do this, for example, extremely efficient stacking upwards as the two different blocks don't stack upon one another. You're going to see a lot of this in the world, guys, because it really allows us to go vertically in an efficient manner. But of course, we also have access now to all sorts of bamboo things, such as real scaffolding. Really, really exciting. What a blessing, because with only our wooden tools, it does take a long time, and it is really tedious to construct stuff. For the sake of longevity, guys, I simply just cut it out, but I just rebuilt the altar along my little pathway here in a non-cold biome, as close as I could to my main base. And that did mean, of course, dragging baby pigs out here, all the way out here, one at a time, and it did take a while to get the ball rolling again, but I got a lot of the Frankensteins out here in this altar. And then it was just a matter of more stalling until the weather turned south. Oh man! Oh my gosh, there it is. I didn't even know it was thunderstorming. Let's go, dude. There's just one lightning bolt out of nowhere. It's nighttime and I can't tell if it's... Okay. So... Oh, jeez. Oh, here we go again. Okay. You know what I need to do? My bed, of course, my bed. Stop the... all my plans go out the window when I'm overwhelmed like this. Oh, they keep getting hit! Do I get the items if they die to thunder? Okay. Dude, I completely choked there. Okay, there they are, guys. So I should be able to just stand here. And... oh, they're actually dying to cramping. Lol. They're all just forcing themselves into this one square. I thought maybe axes were the way to go, or maybe bows were the way to go. But looks like the sword's going to be just fine. Look at some pigs are still back there as well. Perfect. I did have our backups here, so I don't need to bring more piggies out. Oh my gosh, guys, there it is. Look at this. 4 bars. We still have pigs remaining. That's the awesome thing. I mean, I might need more gold, but I can just get straight back to doing this again. And look at all these gold nuggets. Wow, feels awesome. I merged some of these swords together because we have so many. I don't know if we're going to get that much use out of the swords. How many iron ingots is this? So an apple requires that much. And I'm going to need 2 gold apples to make a villager. So I actually need to wait for a second thunderstorm, guys. But nonetheless, this is the absolute best proof of concept. I have gold. We've got gold in the world. Awesome. So that took 222 days, but the next thunderstorm, we're going to have 2 golden apples up and running. And you know what that means, guys, for next episode? We're going to be producing villages, all kinds of villages. Okay, guys, to start off, we're going to be naming our bamboo block. And this is my chest here with some of my more special blocks inside, including Bob Moss. I still love Bob Moss. And yeah, this is the first bamboo block. Now, I have crafted a lot of bamboo. I have a lot of bamboo now, thankfully, which is awesome. But this is our first one here that I ever crafted in the world. And we're going to be naming it Bambi. Bambi was a repeat suggestion, a lot of people suggesting Bambi, and it's a bit of a more feminine name, so all of the other ones are very masculine names, so I like Bambi, and we're going to be going with that. There she is, guys, the monolith. Of course, one of my first builds since I accessed wood and the ability to do things, and we're going to be rebuilding it now that we've access to water, and it really feels like Season 2, effectively, because this is the first rebuild where we're going to make it more perfect. One thing I didn't have the foresight to judge, and I don't like about the monolith, is how low it is to the actual bottom of the world and how little space I have. So this is an opportunity to actually fix that. You can see where the bottom of the world is based on the water, about 8 or 9 blocks lower than we currently are. Which means in the long run, all of this can be rebuilt to be more, pretty and more convenient, where I don't have to go down below. So that's really cool. And I'm looking forward to it. We can also use, of course, the bamboo planks to make it look a little bit more aesthetic. And let's get started. Okay guys, I'm happy with about this height here at this axis. I've got some little ideas in mind of how this could be sort of incorporated. We're going to rebuild all of this, but that's going to be afterwards, a little bit later. And yeah, it's time to add new features, which I'm looking forward to. Okay, really liking this right now, guys. This is the new interface, so to speak. Of course, all of this is going to be improved and look more pretty in the future, but as of right now, the features are basically, we have a permanent on and off button, or at least to send them downwards, and then I have the ability as just like a quick release to just send things down temporarily, and one click and it will, you know, flip back up. Obviously a lever would be nice, but this is the new interface, so having such a minuscule gap here, I think this is what I've learned from my other interface. I think baby zombies can reach you if I am like pressed right up against it like this, but as long as that is not the case, as long as I basically step up here just like that, we will even loot the items from my experience, but we will be completely untouched, and that's from creepers, skeletons, and everything else. So I really like it, and time to build the real mob farm. the new Monolith 2.0. Boom. There it is, guys. The Monolith 2.0. I'm super happy with it. And yeah, it is very, very fruitful. You can see the simple 2x2 kind of dynamic there with the channels in between, which funnel them to the center. And what might not be as clear is there's another 2x2 here. And the center funnels them here, which then funnels them down here. So it's modular in that sense. Meaning there are 4 sets of 2x2s. And then the 2x2 underneath, I suppose 5 little mini mob spawner setup, which will feed into one. Look how fruitful it is. Ooh. Very, very happy with this. What an improvement. And being so much higher, I think this is a little bit sketchy, guys. I need to flesh some of this out into full blocks because I think at the right angle, a skeleton will actually shoot through, and then it could shoot a creeper and actually, explode, which would be a crisis. but I'm just going to tweak it a little bit, but I'm super happy with it. And I was going to say that at this height, it's going to give me a lot more room to play around with underneath and create superior filters and so on for the copper farm as well. So here is the finished rooftop of the aqueducts, guys, looking pretty nice and polished in my opinion. And woohoo! Awesome, so fast. A lot of people suggesting boats, guys. Don't worry, I do appreciate those comments because I need advice like that, little tips and things. And we will be incorporating boats as well, okay? We'll probably make little booths, boat booths, or something like that. But I'll take some falling damage here. If I can get out. It's, they're more or less done. I do plan to prettify the aqueducts as I go on, like a little bit at a time, guys, because it's just such a big job. So if you guys recall the creative world that I have, I do a little bit more of an arch here. So you might have noticed this sort of mess here in the main plaza area, guys. This little main plaza that I hang out in is where I do a lot of experimentation and stuff, and in any given time I might put stuff down, but it's just temporary. In this case, we're looking for that zombie villager, right, to be cured with our golden apples. And this little area here is just a bit of spawn proofing, so that I can stand on the opposite side right up against the edge and not worry about hostile spawning at my back. And as you can see here, the little booths, this is actually basically, you can see a boat. The plan was to knock out this block if I saw zombie villagers and kind of provoke zombies, as if you hit one, the others come, and deal with them one by one if needs be, so that the zombie villager would end up in the boat under the little shelter here to protect him from the sun. But as it turns out, that was unnecessary because, guys, I was here farming my spawner and I saw an isolated villager fall down. I clogged the spawner up, and by the time I did that, there's a few more mobs in here. But I'm wondering if I can get this zombie villager out. And also, it's kind of convenient because it's dark down here, so it shouldn't die to the sun. Oh gosh, it's going to get really noisy. It's tempting to just let them out. I plugged it. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know how I would have to cut that down. Okay, I do have some leather armor on. I'm worried I killed a zombie by mistake. But he's far on the left side right now. Do you see him there? It's very dark, I know. Okay, nice. Oh gosh, speaking of dark. Okay, I can just sleep, right? Let's back off and sleep. Oh, I've got a good feeling about this. I think we're going to get our zombie villager. I'm so excited. Ah! Where'd my bed go? Okay. Is he alone? I think he's alone. Oh my gosh, can he walk out of there? He's stuck still. Sheesh. Okay. Okay, I think I can tear this down. There he is. Now this guy, because he fell so far, is always going to be low health. That's a concern, but... Aha! Let's go! Okay. Very good. I'm gonna fix this up again. And zombie villager number 1. So yeah, I don't know what the chances are that a zombie is in fact a zombie villager, guys, but I figure, I mean, they drop down every couple seconds, so even if it's like 1% or less, I realized it shouldn't take that long to acquire the second villager with this method. And as you can see, that's exactly what happened. I caught it live this time on camera, so to speak. Second zombie villager, so I followed the same protocol, jumping up and switching that trapdoor to isolate these mobs down the bottom here. And I cut most of it out this time, guys. It's just the same thing, us slowly working away at isolating this zombie and then finally unleashing him, which worked perfectly fine. It just requires some patience. And as you can see, zombie number 2 in the same boat. How perfect is that? I figured that if they're both in the exact same spot, it's likely that we can get them splashed up with the witch's potions more easily. Of course, that means I wasn't in need of all of this stuff, guys, and I did a bit of a cleanup job. Throughout all of this process, guys, I was still waiting for that thunderstorm so I could get my second batch of gold and therefore acquire my second golden apple. So when it rains, guys, or snows in my case, I do have the option, if it turns into a thunderstorm, to run out towards my altar, which is only about 500, 600 blocks away now, something like that, which isn't that bad. But the problem is, of course, if it becomes nighttime, I don't actually know if it's a thunderstorm or not, as it would normally get darker and mobs would spawn, which happens at night anyway. So my options are to either sleep, but then the rain will stop, so I'm kind of killing any opportunity to obtain a thunderstorm, or alternatively just, I guess, just walk out and wait next to the altar. And that's exactly what I did, as you can see here, guys. And you know, I just was AFK, sort of assuming I'd have to get lucky, but as the sun comes up, I started to wonder to myself, it certainly does look pretty dark. And then I was pretty convinced, as the sun should have come up more than this, we were in a thunderstorm once again. And just like that, as you can see, a seemingly random lightning bolt out of nowhere once again. It always seems so random when, you know, I'm not even sure I'm in a thunderstorm or not. Quickly sleeping it off here, guys, and there it is, another batch of piglins, zombie pigmen in the overworld. And as you can see, guys, after gathering all of their drops, I had enough gold for 17 ingots, which of course 16 is enough required to craft 2 golden apples. Okay, here are our apples. We have so many, and this feels like surreal, actually doing something that has been so long in the making, just months and months and months, but holy, there we go. Our 2 golden apples, of course, each for each individual villager up here. And yeah, the next sort of mission, awkward objective, is to basically close the proximity between the Witcher and the zombies, our zombie villagers. And exactly how we're going to figure that out, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure we can do it. And yeah, then we're going to grant the apples to them. All of this area is safe. We're going to have 2 villages, so I need to figure this one out. It was really exhilarating, guys. I baited the witch into the desired location, as you can see, really close proximity to the zombie villages. And what I was able to do is actually open up this gateway and get inside of the boat with the witch, throwing various potions. I'm not an expert at this stuff, guys, but I saw multiple effects come out and I could see the effects on the zombies, so I opted to make a break for it. So absolutely flawless, guys. I even surprised myself. Like, a part of me doubted that when I used the apples they would work, but as you can see, we got that shake effect, and as soon as I applied the apples to the villagers, I realized perhaps I made a terrible mistake, because they kind of randomly turn, and I realized that if one turns, won't it kill the other one? So it seems like my genius plan wasn't so smart after all, guys. I actually panicked and scrambled to try to isolate these zombies. Pretty tedious, and it did take a while, but I finally got it. And as I spent so much time scrambling, guys, it was nighttime. As you could see, I went to try to rest, and boom, the zombie doctor achievement. Did you guys hear that sound? So I know, of course, that one has already converted. Wow, what a marvelous sound to experience in my world, guys, after all these days of grinding. Okay, guys, so I'm going to clear everything up. This stuff was all temporary, obviously, this janky construction, and oh, zombie in here. That's going to include dispatching this witch, which does feel kind of weird, for hundreds of days in game. The witch has been in the world, but I no longer have the use for it, and we can always get more. Nice, some glowstone dust, awesome. Yeah, and that means, of course, this pad is going to be more productive. But yeah, awesome. Witch down, rip. It's an F in the chat for the witch, and I'm going to restore this to how it's supposed to function, like this key, tear all of this down, and we're going to be left with our two villages here inside of the boat. There we are, guys, after all that work, the cleanup. We've got our two villages in our boat. This whole area is spawn-proof with half slabs, and they should be absolutely fine. Amazing. I'm so excited. Of course, two villages are enough to breed, so long as we give them food. Oh my gosh, it's actually surreal, guys. I'm so excited, and the next big project is going to be to create a village and access as many different diverse villages as possible to get as many trades as possible. As you guys know, this is the first episode that I've actually rebuilt something that was constructed in the world, and if you recall correctly, I built this stupid altar, guys, in a location where lightning strikes don't take place. So this is actually the second thing that I'm going to rebuild, so to speak. And in this case, I'm just tearing down the old altar, and I figure why not create this area as the sort of nexus for our village with our villagers. Sorry guys, I was just catching up on the old gossip. So get this, right? Apparently, somebody's been messing around. There's going to be a new baby. Moving the villagers from point A to point B over towards our area was surprisingly easy. As you saw, I could just travel inside of the boat. However, I did want to build a contraption where the villagers were always together and ready to have babies, and getting our villagers up into that contraption, however, was going to prove to be a big challenge. I didn't realize at the time, guys, just because I was kind of winging this, to be honest, that I really wish that sort of funnel that was coming in was one block higher, and that would have resolved any issue that I was about to encounter. First villager worked like a charm without running into any issues, which was great. But like I said, I wish I was just one higher, guys, because I did realize upon sending in the second guy that he was going to clash and collide with the first villager's hitbox. So this is a little disaster, guys, as this took, many minutes to construct and a little bit of a failure. But I did try to tediously resolve this. And eventually I was able to and get him into the exact same sort of square block location. What happened was, as you can see, that they actually went to bed, guys, and then upon waking up they were in the perfect location, thank goodness. There it is, guys, a crude version of the villager nexus has finished. This is going to be the centerpiece of the sort of village, so to speak. I did actually try to breed these two already. They require 12 carrots each. I gave them 24 carrots, but I think what happened was that the same villager took all 24. So we're going to go a bit overboard. I got plenty of bone meal. I'm going to have to farm some more carrots up. But let's see if I keep handing out batches of 12. Then hopefully they will breed here. Otherwise, with that... Oh, there it is! The hearts! Let's go! Cool! Okay, it can take a random amount of time, guys. You can see 999 days in the world, guys. Baby villager! Here's our first baby. Third villager in the world. Let's go. And if I open this trapdoor, they are free. That's the whole concept. So yeah, 999 days, guys. We're coming up on 1,000 days. I'm so hyped. And I do plan to flesh out all of this world around the Church of Lightning Stone with different various farms and so on, and everything that I can access thanks to the new addition of villagers. And speaking of the villagers, guys, go ahead and name our original 2 source villagers here. Something like Adam and Eve, right? Something cool, creative that you guys can come up with as a community. as they will be the original first two villages always sitting up here in the Nexus. That's the idea. Adam and Steve. That's what we're going with, guys. Adam and Steve. Heaps of people suggested it. And so initially, when it was first suggested, I thought Steve is already a character in Minecraft and it wouldn't work. But I changed my mind. You know, Steve is a name. Multiple people can have the same name. And what changed my mind is I thought about, when are we ever going to realistically refer to these guys? Just on occasion, right? Like, look at Adam and Steve up there. And because of that reason, I love the fact that it's like, it's reminiscent of Adam and Eve. And it's kind of funny because, like, let's be honest, these are both blokes. So it's like Adam and Steve. I like it. And thank you for the suggestions. That's what we're rolling with. Check it out, guys. We got 2 babies now. So I wanted to talk about the Nexus for people who aren't in the know. I didn't come up with this idea, obviously. I'm too new with this game, so somebody much smarter than me created this. But basically the idea is that there are 4 beds here. And traditionally, a village will only be as large as there are beds available. So what this basically does is a little exploit, if you will, where there are only 2 villages, but there are 4 beds. So provided that you give these guys food up here, Adam and Steve, they will actually breed. And when the babies come down, they're standing on a post up there, the babies get pushed out to the edge and they can fall through the slot. And especially if we let them go, then again, they are viable up top to make more babies as long as you provided food. So it's a great way to just pump out villages at the cost of food, and we don't need to worry about beds at all in theory. Referring to my map of the world, guys, we're hanging out south of the Church of the Lightning Stone in this highlighted area. Now, a huge amount of this area is going to get fleshed out. That's what we're going to do here, and basically slowly but surely work upon building up our village. So how weird is this, guys? When I turned around doing some work, I noticed a zombie off in the distance, and as I approach, you can see that I can see the exact location that another zombie spawned in. As so many of the surrounding blocks are spawn proof, when there is a spawnable location, it's quite likely for a mob to spawn there. But upon approaching, I was shocked to find that there was a trapdoor above this workbench. And so in my mind, that would not be a spawnable location, but I could have sworn that I just saw a zombie spawn there. So I assumed that because it was attached to the wall and not the workbench, that was causing the issue. So I placed it on the workbench, but flipped it up so it had the same visual effect. So in terms of putting our villagers to work, the job blocks that I have available are the smithing table, the composter, the cauldron, the loom, and the barrel. I can actually make a lectern, just not right now. I don't have books. So I think maybe I can fish up books, or a wandering trader. I can trade reeds, and that would give us access to a lectern. There are other job blocks that maybe I could access in the long run. But as of right now, it's these 5 guys. This is what we're working with. And I just spent my time basically collecting them, like where it have a cauldron, crafting them here. I put some of the villagers into boats and stuff, guys, to keep them a little bit controlled. I don't want them knocking me off or themselves off of the edge into the void. So at this stage, I was just putting down the job blocks to kind of refamiliarize myself with the trades and see what's going to be a good option to actually get some emeralds going and so on. And I began to tweak the Nexus a little bit because I didn't want the wandering traders to walk up it. And I actually saw our first iron golem. Check it out, guys. I've got an iron golem here. It's spawned in, and let's kill this guy. I figured that if they're going to spawn, I don't know how frequent it is, but I can already trade iron to the toolsmith or whatever, the blacksmith. And even if it's slow, the occasional golem, let's get their iron. We'll definitely be making a farm in the future. Damn. Wooden tools suck. Woohoo! 5 iron! Let's talk trading, guys. My first trade ever was trading with the leather worker, with the leather that I had obtained from the llamas and from Fox's mouths for 4 additional emeralds, bringing the 4 that I had accumulated from Fox's up to a total of 8. Otherwise, it was looking like carrots were the way to go, as carrots are completely sustainable for me. I can take the bone meal that I can access from the mob farmer and renew those carrots, farm them on my one dirt block, and do trading for emeralds. So I obtained more emeralds from carrots and carrots and carrots again, and I started thinking about other options, guys. I wanted to create a small little area, at least just to get started, for each one of our types of villages. And so I thought about the leather worker and the way that I could technically obtain leather by breeding the Peter Rabbit clan. So I worked on a little breeding pen for the rabbits, a little leather working area. And I also made a little pool over here for fishing where the fishermen can hang out. So I did a ton of grinding, guys, grinding potatoes, grinding carrots, grinding resources to trade with the villagers. And finally, I decided it was time that I could also spend some emeralds in order to unlock more trades. And one of the greatest things that I was able to spend on was shares. I could have previously obtained shares if I was willing to use my iron, but that was so rare at that point. Now, I have the ability to use the leaves as a decoration. Alrighty, so I'm totally excited here, guys. I got some bone meal. And leaves, of course. Here we go. Nice. Ooh, this is a way to accumulate a lot of blocks really quickly. And they have some nice properties, these leaves. In theory, mobs can't spawn on them. In our case, we're in the snow biome. And I've learned that the hard way. So certain mobs, like foxes and things, can spawn on the snow layers that occur on top of the leaves. The snow biome's kind of like a love-hate relationship, guys. We need to be in here for obvious reasons. It was absolutely key to our progression, but I'm not going to lie, there's certain things that I don't like about the snow biome. Either way, look at that, 56 leaves. Awesome. And yeah, the durability on the shears does go pretty quickly, but I need to do these shears to progress the level of my traders. So I'm just going to be collecting a bunch of leaves here, and we can do some decorating with them. Okay, as you guys know, one of the trades we can do for emeralds is string, but string is pretty hard to come by, and I want to take advantage of the composition of our world. Right here at this spot, the most southern point of my world, I made a little sort of road heading down here just for the looks. I'm going to make a kind of spider room, guys. So in theory, if we make a room that's not high enough for, taller mobs to spawn in, just one tall, spiders should spawn. As far as how frequent they're going to be, I'm not so sure, but let's find out. Alright guys, there we go. It is just a very humble, simple build, obviously, but that's what the world is about right now, guys. I want to make simple builds. Maybe we can improve them, they can be more efficient later on, but I just need raw resources to trade with the traders, and I'm really happy. I do have to constantly farm wood to make these tools, and it's far from efficient. As you can see, they're not low health, not damaged. Give me some thoughts, guys, if you think there's a way to soften spiders up without killing them with our very limited resources. But yeah, as you can see, it's perfectly distanced away from my little town center that they do spawn. There's not many respawns, and there's a lot of them. Like, I'm pretty happy with how fruitful this is. Look at them all, guys. They spawn pretty quickly, and just like that, I got 22 string, which can be turned into wool. Pretty good. I'm really happy with that, and it's very humble, but I really like the look there tucked behind the trees. And alright, check it out, guys. I'm able to trade my string and also wool with my traders, and I'm beginning to resource a lot of emeralds now, guys, and that makes me think it's time for something which is really exciting for me. And I'm going to be creating an emerald block. So I've already been spending emeralds on various different things, and I feel like we can afford it. It's going to cost 9 emeralds, and awesome. Look at that. How far have we come, guys? This is epic. Built an emerald block from nothing, you know, from scratch, from void. Very, very cool, guys. Give me your names and suggestions, guys, for our new emerald block. I'm going to put him as a centerpiece here of the kind of center of commerce here in town. And think about green money, stuff like that, guys, for good name suggestions for our emerald block. Check it out, guys. I've been trading for stone tools. Oh my gosh, can you imagine, guys? It's been, you know, well over 1,000 days within game that I've been using wooden tools. I hope to use superior tools genuinely, and with the addition of an iron farm in the future, iron tools. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to experience faster block breakage. Alright guys, so I wanted to fish a lot to trade fish with my fishermen villagers. And because I was fishing so much, I figured I wanted the opportunity to obtain the treasure and the loot and stuff from fishing. In order to do so, you cannot have the water covered. The problem is that my water freezes over if it's not covered, guys. So as you can see, I put some lighting in a formation that would stop it from freezing, but that does technically cover the water. In order to actually have a small area in the center of my pool which could obtain treasure, I would need a minimum of 4 lighting sources, guys, 4 glowstone blocks, and in my case I only had 3 available. And so began the epic grind where I was grinding for glowstone from a witch within inside my mob farm. So let Operation Lagoon commence. So I ended up grinding my way all the way up to level 142 before obtaining enough dust to create my 4th glowstone. And this is the formation where hypothetically I could obtain treasure if I'm fishing within the 4 central blocks of my fishing pond. And it was pretty cozy, but it wasn't cozy enough. Salvation legume complete, guys. I love it. It is cozy overflowing. So over my 1,000 plus days inside of the world, guys, I've had a sort of evolution of food, or not food, so to speak, just eating zombie flesh and stuff, or jumping off, if you guys remember to reset my hunger. And for the first time, now that I've obtained a campfire, I can actually cook these pork chops. Wow. So that was brought to my attention by somebody, one of my commenters, because I'm noob, I need stuff like that, guys. But yeah, I previously thought the pork chops were just raw pork chops. Back as an old school Minecraft player, I used to have to cook them in a furnace, and you can now roast them over the campfire. So that's awesome. Pork chops give you 4 hunger, if I'm not mistaken. They recover 4 hunger. So that's absolutely awesome. These are going to last a long time. And I can always breed more of the Frankenswines or carrots. So wow. I really feel like I'm going places now, guys. I've got real substantial food that isn't a pain to grind. Okay, guys, while I cook up some pork chops, I plan to do some mass trading. That's the next move. Mass trading to accumulate emeralds to buy campfires, and then accumulate as much charcoal and lights as possible to make the spawning pad for the wandering traders. That's where we're at. So let's start off with fishermen and raw cod. Just getting as many emeralds as we can right now. Yeah, so as previously mentioned, guys, the real goal right now is to obtain the fireplaces, the campfires, in order to obtain charcoal when you break them, and obtain torches. The reason why is because I want to make a huge platform that is spawnable in order to increase the likelihood of obtaining wandering traders. As you guys know, we've encountered wandering traders in the past. However, as it turns out, they cannot spawn on string. And that's something I wasn't aware of. I was informed by somebody on my Discord, which means previously there was no method of actually having traders spawn in apart from continuously cleaning up the snow layers until now. Because of course lighting means that during the nighttime it's safe from hostile mobs, but it also means if we spam torches, it's going to permanently defrost and remove any of the snow. So in theory, if we make a huge area which is spawnable with wandering traders, we're going to have access to like everything that a wandering trader can trade with us. You know, it's just a matter of time. And for me, some standout things would be dirt via obtaining more moss, more sand to grow more bamboo on, or reeds to make books, and make more village trades available with a lectern. There's so many goodies we can obtain from a wandering trader. Alright guys, so I could certainly do more if I needed to. Obviously farm more resources or make some less ideal trades. But I'm up to like 3 1/3 stacks maybe, as you can see, of emeralds. Really cool, this is the most I've ever had. And let's go ahead and trade for some fireplaces here. Some campfires rather. Looks like I'm only going to be able to do a certain amount per day. And that's going to have to do us for now, guys. So that is 24, which means it's 44 charcoal, provided that we bash the fireplaces up, right? And we're all familiar with, there we go. Oh my gosh. Epic. So cool. Okay, let's is there any tool in particular which is faster, guys? I was using a hatchet. I think a hatchet might be faster. Not that it's that much faster because it's wooden. Looks like the axe is the way to go. Okay guys, so I'm going to be smashing these up and I'm going to be making my world's first torches in this world. Holy. Having smashed up all my campfires, guys, I'm on 48, and look, is there some other use of charcoal that I can't think of right now? As far as I'm concerned, we should turn them all into torches. Holy! I can always get more, so I'm just going to do it Oh my gosh. Wow, something that is absolutely taken for granted in most runs, I'm sure. I mean, wow. Something that is so normal. Oh my gosh. But brand new for me. We've got torches, boys. 3 stacks. Whoopee! I'm going to actually, I really want to make lanterns. So once I have an abundance of iron, because one of the projects coming up is going to be the iron golem farm, that's going to be so cool to light things up legitimately, make them look pretty with lanterns. But like I said, this is Operation Wandering Trader, and I'm just going to go ahead and place all of the stuff down, non-half slabs for once, nearby, and just light it up. It's going to be a little bit of an eyesore perhaps, but it's all about that functionality, boys. We need Wandering Traders to trade our emeralds with. So a really cool side effect of this project is that I'm confident I have isolated an exact slime spawning chunk. And that's really cool because we'll do some slime shenanigans in the future here. But in the meantime, I'm going to half slab it out so that they don't constantly spawn. Alright, and then it just came down to spamming down the torches, guys, although I did want to cover the area in the most efficient manner possible. It was a little bit complicated, actually, to try to get it kind of perfect, but I figured it out, and just a ton of torches being put down, obviously. So the real question is, how quickly is a Wandering Trader going to spawn in the area like this? And as it turns out, pretty fast. Look what we have here, guys. It's been no time at all. It's been literally like 2 days since I've created this sort of area. And check it out, a Wandering Trader. So I just hope that's a sign of things to come, that they're going to be really common. But let's check out what we have. It's been a long time since I've seen a trader in my world. And nothing majorly significant, I can tell right off the bat. But I will be taking the pointed dripstone. That's definitely something we could use in the future, and I think that's something that grows. It's renewable, isn't it, guys? If we get some, we can get more of that in the future. But yeah, I would consider this spawning area a success, guys. The idea is to just work nearby, and hopefully we see the occasional trader and just get those goodies. Yes, the hustle and bustle of inner city life, guys. Don't mind me. So, I want to anoint this area as the successful trade district. I'll probably tweak this, we'll see how it looks. Trade district, or something like that. With the green emerald of affluence. Let's go. Work in progress, guys. But yeah, we're gonna put him up there as a symbol. Not sure how it looks, but a symbol. Maybe I think lower down. It's a little bit too ambitious, but yeah, we're gonna leave it there, guys, as a symbol of successful trade. I am absolutely loving my little world right now in the shape that it's in. Don't you guys absolutely hate it when something like this doesn't align? These trees, as you can see, are slightly one off from the other side somehow. And in order to fix that, I'd have to go all the way down redoing that. So I'm definitely not going to do that anytime soon. But actually, for once, somehow, I kind of actually like it, guys. That's what I've decided. Tell me what you think. I think it's because of the inconsistency with the tree as well, that it's sort of offset. It actually looks pretty nice. Either way, the spider house here, the spider room, is not actually intended to look pretty. But with that in mind, I do think it looks pretty cool. I like it. I'm really happy. And I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of perspective here. Emmy is going to be the name of our first ever emerald block in the world. There were so many suggestions, it was almost unanimous. So I like the name Emmy. It's cute. It's kind of like a little bit prestigious in the sense of like the award that is an Emmy, obviously short for emerald. We're snowing as per usual in my world. It snows like damn near every day, and emerald. Emmy is the name we're going with. Here we are in the snow, guys. I personally hate the snow because it looks terrible with the bitrate. Either my videos have to be like a billion gigs, or it looks bad because all of the little pixels. But speaking of the snow, I finally have access to torches as of the previous episode, which prevent snow layers for the most part. And that makes these areas not only safe during the night, even though they're viable spawning locations, but also without the snow layer, wandering traders can spawn here. So the idea right now is to double this up on the other side of the Church of the Lightning Stone, and to then, once we've done that, we want to be operating in this area, giving wandering traders the opportunity to spawn. And by operating, I mean creating farms which generate a lot of emeralds, which includes, of course, the iron farm today. We're going to be building the iron farm, and any other kind of semi-automatic or automatic farm where I would love to be able to just do some fishing here, maybe run over, kill some spiders for some spider silk to trade with traders, and while iron is being generated, and so on. But before we do that, I want to do a little sort of experiment, which is to use this spider string from my little spider box here, and we're going to try to spawn proof, and by that I mean stop snow layers from spawning on our trees on top of our little grove here, because I don't want the foxes and things. I want full control over the world as it goes on, and I want to see if that's a good solution to preventing foxes from spawning. I'm really happy, guys. Look at this. It looks great. You can hardly even notice there's any string there. I do have some snow like trapped in a certain area I want to fix up, but yeah, we went through a couple hundred string, but I would consider that a pretty good solution for this problem. Alright guys, a lot of you guys were giving me grief over still using wooden tools, considering I've had the villagers available for a while now. So let's go ahead and use our stone axe, guys. It's been 1200 days in the world, and I've never really had the luxury of using superior tools than wood. Oh my gosh, the difference is so noticeable. That's crazy. That feels so good. I did want to say in my defense, guys, the only real tool that's important to me at this moment is an axe. So think about hoeing, tilling land. Like, you know, the wood is fine. I don't really use a pick either. The second most important thing at the moment would be the sword, the weapons. But at the same time, like, I haven't been farming mobs, so I just wanted to throw that out there. But we're definitely going to be using stone and iron going forward into the future, and diamond is just around the corner too. So having built up the other side of the church on the west side, guys, I was lighting for the same reason, right? Working on lighting to prevent the snow, and boom, do you see that? Slimes. Now, this chunk, the slime chunk, is actually much more nicely placed here perfect for like a nice situated farm in this position. Unlike the slime chunk that I found on the other side of the church, I like this much more tucked right up against the aqueducts. So I'm going to have to half slab it to prevent them from spawning, but that's where I'm going to work in a little slime farm here for the future. Guys, this is an exact replica of the principle, the mechanics behind my Iron Golem farm in my world. I kind of figured this stuff out for myself. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm sure Iron Golem farms are old news for most people here in the Minecraft community. It's kind of new territory for me because I'm a bit of a noob, and I thoroughly understand how it works now. The villagers need to rest or they will stop spawning golems after a day. Now, in order to have a fully automatic farm like mine, you need to have the villagers self-autonomously rest. They need to periodically rest so that they can keep summoning iron golems after a day has passed. So the rules, I think you need multiple villagers, maybe 3, but I'm not sure about that. But they definitely need jobs. So we can see we've got the smithing block here. We've got a viable spawning location for the golem. You want to try to spawn-proof most other blocks to help them spawn in the appropriate location. And of course, you attach a kill system here, which is self-explanatory. I think most people understand that. As the villagers lay down in their bed, they make eye contact with the zombie, which then makes them panic and of course summons a golem. As they panic, they run around frantically, and 33% of the viable locations that they can walk on actually breaks eye contact with the zombie. Do you see that? How their head is elevated above this block here, preventing line of sight, which therefore calms them down, and they lay back down in the bed and then rinse and repeat. So the fact that they are self-autonomously laying in their bed is what makes this a perfectly fully automatic system, which I'm nice and happy with. If you look closely at the right side of the screen, you might see a little anomaly there. That's right, guys, cat lovers rejoice. I have cats. As of something about the villagers here, the interaction with the zombie, I don't know what does it specifically, but cats seem to be abundant in the village now, and these were the first two that I found. A ginger cat and this one that's sort of spotted ginger, black, white, and grey or something. Go ahead and name these cats, guys, if you like them, because these are going to be our cats for now, even though there's a lot around the township. But that's not all, because of course a wandering trader spawned here. I got it on footage here, and of course we're looking for certain trades, and boom, that's one of the big ones right there, guys. Sugarcane. So the composition of my world doing the trick. It's exactly what I want, is wandering traders to spawn around these spawnable areas while I'm working, and sugarcane means access to cartography, guys. In the future we're going to be working with that, a cartography area, and more trades available with the villages. Needless to say, with the addition of my functioning iron golem farm, I'm able to play around with all kinds of iron goodies, including obviously tools, anvils, making more smithing tables for as many traders as I want, but also trapdoors, fences, lanterns, guys. Really exciting stuff. As I was going around prettifying with my new iron, guys, I saw another wandering trader, and this one had moss. Let's go. Do you know what that means? That means, of course, I can turn it into more soil, dirt, or grass blocks. And I have the perfect thing in mind that I want to do with my new moss blocks. We're going to do something that I'm super looking forward to. Check this out. This is one of the only Silk Touch enchantments I've obtained in the entire game. If you guys harken all the way back to one of my videos, I did get one so early when I didn't even have wood or a chest to put them in or anything like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some iron from our iron golem farm. Going to make another iron shovel. And we're going to go to our anvil. Boom. That nice juicy Silk Touch. Full durability. Now, let's go ahead and get some dirt, guys, and some dirt equals some grass. I'm super hyped. A bone meal. There we go. And then cut down this wood, and there you go. There's the wood block. Sorry, the dirt block, I mean to say. If we go ahead and hoe it. I don't know what the roots actually do, guys. I have some hanging roots from way back in the day. Cool. And now we're going to spread Arnold's hair and Silk Touch this grass over to... Yeah, I think for now, it's the sheep that I'm most interested in. But how cool is that, guys? That's so cool. This game's actually so fun when the Wandering Trader gives you nice rewards and stuff. Yet again, another dirt block. Epic. Hey, there we go. Right as I went AFK. Finally. Let's go. This is the first grass block that I've ever put into my inventory. Cool, let's go. Guys, as you know, I'm from New Zealand, and what that basically means is that I am one with the sheep, and I'm about to create the most elaborate, sophisticated build that you've ever seen in your life. No exaggeration. Alright? Now, keep in mind, if we take a look, guys, everything outside of these blocks is wood or whatever void. It's just to sort of symbolize that the grass won't grow inwards. If we have a little posty post right here, this prevents any sheep from actually nibbling on that grass, and therefore it will never disappear. And meanwhile, if you see this formation of 9 posts, with each having a space, the sheep cannot actually escape. And if I go ahead and try to push them around to demonstrate that, you can see they're too fat. And so each sheep has its own dedicated grass block that it is on top of. And yeah, I was just being sarcastic earlier, it's actually a slow process, but trust me guys, coming from where I've been, I mean, I really just want to benefit from that nice passive semi-automatic build, right? I want to spend my time fishing or culling the spiders while the iron is generating, and what I want to do is just come to a drive-by after a certain amount of time has passed, they should eat the grass, and then the grass will eventually renew itself. So even if it takes 5 minutes on average or 10 minutes on average, it is something that is just nice and semi-automatic. As you can see, we got this plus time means renewable wool. Here we are with the finalized version of the sheep barn, the wool barn, and I made these little booths, and as I have a weaver with these little weaving blocks, and I'm really happy with their trades, so certain things I want is obviously wool into emeralds, shears, and the big one really is red dye, because I get abundance of poppies from my iron farm, and yeah, when I have a bunch of good villagers, I want to put them in these booths once I'm satisfied with them. And otherwise, we've got the nice storage on the other side. It looks really clean. I'm really happy. And for each one of my little sections, my areas, I would like a dedicated like trapping system. It's not a nice way to think about it, but I don't want the villagers to roam around freely. And it's because I put down a bed there, guys, which grouped them all up. This is a little bit of insight as to what like the last 50 hours of Minecraft have been like. Yeah, it gets really annoying. It gets really old really quick. So, for example, in my little fishing area here, I've done a similar thing. I don't like how they're all congested here, and I think I'm gonna basically push this gate inwards and have a bunch of nice villagers just lined up here, tucked behind the fishermen here with their barrels, as long as they have the good trades in the same fashion. But I'd like each section to be nice and clean like that, so that there's not villagers just everywhere. I don't mind having a few roaming villagers, but having tons of them roam and everywhere and be so noisy is driving me insane. As you guys know, the absolute vast majority of the world is built out of wood, guys, ever since wood became sustainable. And what that means, however, is that I have to put down at the time, my one dedicated dirt block, and then I have to put down whatever tree it is that I wish to grow, whether it's acacia or oak, and then I would bone meal it. What I would find is that because of all of the leaves and stuff, the next tree, if I tried to do it in the same spot, would actually not be as easy to grow, and I'd blow through my bone meal. So in order to be more productive, I would then basically pick up my block and then go to another location and rinse and repeat. And that was for every single tree that I've ever harvested. It's actually a lot more tedious than basically just throwing down a bunch of saplings and then harvesting them. And recently, a trader had a pale moss trade, meaning that I have even more dirt and soil, and this is what I have chosen to do with it. Oh my gosh! Do you have... It's just the simple things in life, dude. I have plots, guys. This feels so good. Alongside my faster tools, we should use an iron axe. I've been trying to accumulate iron to make blocks out of it and stuff, but there's no reason not to. Oh my gosh, guys, I can't tell you how satisfying that actually feels. Anything that I had to do previously in the world would be a grind. Any build that I wanted to make, I would literally grind, in some cases, hours in order to obtain enough blocks, and it wasn't like a pleasant grind, manually one by one placing them down. That feels so much better, and I might reorganize this a little bit, but I am going to have dedicated wood growing blocks, so to speak, plots in the future, which is so cool. So that moves on to our next thing, guys, which is this chest here. This chest is actually all of the little goodies that, apart from the ones that I'm using, that I have accumulated throughout the course of these last 100 or so days, couple hundred days. Oh my gosh, dark oak, acacia sapling. I don't even know what an open eye blossom is, guys. More glowstone. Oh my gosh, this is the best. This is the best wandering trader ever. I need to stack up on emeralds really quickly. And over here, I've trimmed this down so they're kind of trapped in here with access to this block. So this here, guys, sometimes what happens is the villages, we progress and they don't really have the type of trades that I want, and so basically, sometimes when a villager gets really old, guys, that's heaven down there. That's heaven. Yeah, that's villager heaven down there. And so, anyways, give my barn a rating 1 out of 10, guys. Keep in mind that I have very limited resources, but I'm really happy with the build. It's so nice. I like it. And I'm just in love with my world overall right now. One of the best freaking traders I've got ever, guys. So some nice coral blocks. And the pumpkins. I've finally got the pumpkins on lock, as well as another wood type, the jungle sapling, as well as absolutely insane more moss, which of course means more dirt plots to be potentially growing those pumpkins, doing farming, potentially passive mob spawns if we turn them into grass. Really exciting stuff, and thrilled to get such a nice trader here right off the bat. Operation Brovine. So I don't have any cows, any cattle, guys, and I don't know why that is. I've never done anything to deserve any kind of karma against a cattle, right? But yeah, I just don't have them. And as we get these snow foxes in around the world on these trees and stuff, they're basically preventing passive mobs from spawning. As you guys know, I've recently acquired more dirt, primarily through moss. And what that means is I can actually obtain more grass, such as in my sheep shed. If I disperse various grass blocks around the world, that should increase the rate at which we can spawn genuine passive mobs. But I need to be under the passive mob cap. So I've got my base stock of mobs here inside of the boats, which prevents the mob cap. But anything that I build from now on needs to be with string on it to prevent snow layers and therefore snow foxes, or half slab, not spawnable, indoors, etc. And that way we will acquire the Brovine dynasty. And so begins the next project, guys. So as you know, pretty much everything's made out of wood, and I actually have access to various types of wood now, and I would like to have them all sort of in the meantime inside of the aviary, which is going to be like an indoor lumber forest area. So let's begin building that. Previously in the last episode, we obtained dark oak saplings from a legendary trader. recalled a great suggestion from my comment section, guys, where people were speaking about the moss carpets. We have had moss carpets in the world for the longest time, but not so many. Now that I have more soil available, I can turn it into moss and farm some carpets up, guys, and this can be a nice way to simulate a forest floor bed. It did occur to me that I actually don't have an iconic house, guys, a Minecraft house that everybody should have. And I did build a house on a live stream inside of the Avery area here, which is intended to sort of be a lumberjack home. You can always check the live stream section on my channel if you want to catch up on live streams that I actually do. You guys might have thought I forgot, guys, but I didn't. As you can see here, my two cats hanging out next to my home, and we're gonna go for the name Gingerbread and Spot, guys. I actually have a cat associated with my family IRL, which is a ginger cat, and it is very creatively named Ginger. So as soon as I saw this cat, I wanted to name it Ginger, and I feel like Gingerbread is a pretty good compromise. It can be Ginger for short, and I like Spot because of this blue spot right here. So these are our cats, which will I'm not the biggest cat person, guys, and they're going to be hanging out. They're going to be hanging out next to our home. Speaking of which, here's a little mini tour. There is a slime chunk inside of part of the house. They spawn over here. I need to sort of spawn proof it by doing some indoor decoration. I'd like to do some bookshelves and things which I don't have access to right now, but that's not that important. This is a bit of a storage area where I'm going to fill it up with various types of wood. And yeah, I did a little bit of tweaks off stream just to improve the overall look of the house. And I'm pretty happy with it, guys. I'm not the most skilled builder ever, and we have limited resources. Adding some lanterns and things like that. And you can see a little side entrance here with a vine. I like that a lot. You may have noticed that I relocated my bamboo inside of the Avery area, and that is because of this sick trader that I got while I was building it. What you got, buddy? Oh, goodies. Good. Okay. Red sand. Birch. I need to go pick up some more emeralds. So I think this is my first birch, right? I remember seeing it earlier. Do I need mushrooms here? I don't know. I remember seeing birch before because a lot of people commented in my YouTube video, why didn't I buy the birch as a mistake and stuff, which it obviously wasn't. I needed the apples, and people underestimate that I'm grinding for like 30 hours for the 5 emeralds or more than that, to be honest. Just grinding. So I have no regrets there, but I must have had so many people commenting that I should have bought the birch. Let me just get some more. I'm definitely going to buy more birch to ensure that it's self-sustaining. And I know mushrooms can spread. Off the top of my head, do I have mushrooms anywhere? I don't think I do. Let's grab some mushrooms as well, so that they grow. So there it is, guys. I chucked all of my sand down, and we got a nice bamboo area here. I'm topped up pretty nicely on wood. So I've just been doing bamboo, and that's it lately. And I got some nice barrels here to kind of just store some stuff when nice and chill, really enjoying it. I did apply a string all of the surrounding trees around this area and the other side as well. Have string applied, which was a big job, but Operation Brovine going off without a hitch, guys. We're going to chuck down the grass that I have, and we're going to get some passive mobs spawning here shortly. Guys, I forgot about the sheep inside of the wool barn. They are contributing towards the mob cap of passive mobs. So we're going to chuck them in
boats, which basically prevents that from being a thing. And this will just be offline for a while. That's fine. Nice, there we are. Now, I went around, I'm going to make sure I do a closer look combing, but I eliminated as many of the little foxes, the rogue foxes that were out and about as I could, and we've got the remaining pigs here, because I want to lower the mob cap. So there's no pigs, there's no rabbits outside of the boat. I still have my coop over there that has at least 2 of all of the animals. And with that being said, we've got our new grass. I'm really hoping that if I put this grass down and about, we're going to see passive mobs occasionally spawn in, and namely that cow. It would be so nice to obtain 2 cows so we can breed them and have access to beef and leather. So while we wait for the slow process of passive mobs to spawn, it's time to do our next build, guys, which is to take advantage of that slime chunk that I have over on the west side of the Church of the Lightning Stone. Let's build a slime farm.
There it is, guys, the finished slime farm. Really simple design. My presence is actually ruining the farm because the way that it works is the golem attracts the slime onto the fireplace, and then the slime balls, which are dropped, are caught by the hoppers. Really simple design. And this golem, guys, is unlike these golems in the far distance, is going to be a permanent fixture of the world. So go ahead and name the golem, guys. Anytime we have purchase on a point of elevation, we're going to be able to see his head popping over the top, and he's diligently working for us. He's our employee, of course, definitely at his own will, not against his will, surely. He is working for us over here in the slime farm. So as far as looks are concerned, guys, I wanted to incorporate the slime initially itself, and I barely did. You can see it's tucked away there, ringing around the top, but I struggled to actually get a design that I kind of enjoy looking at. I think even this is pretty basic. I tried to do a little bit of mixing it up and decoration here with the wood underneath,
But yeah, it is what it is. Not too thrilled with the way that it looks. It looks very industrial. This is kind of like our industrial area. But look how fruitful it is, guys. Just got 3 full chests here to collect the slime balls. It is, of course, fully automatic. This is the second fully automatic farm of the world. We got iron and slime, which work 100% of, well, maybe not 100% of all the time, because you do need the slime guys to spawn, which seems a little bit slow right now, actually. But regardless, now I have tons of blocks, guys, and the slime blocks are pretty weak as far as blocks go, because they have some limitations to them, in the sense that they slow things down. They're kind of sticky and slow. But yeah, it gives me something to build with, at the very least, or I guess bridge out, I don't know. We'll have to find uses for them. And it feels wonderful to have a bit of an abundance going on. If you have a keen eye, you might have seen the sheep are out and about again, guys. And that is because while I was refining the slime farm, I got a bunch of passive mob spawns. So check this out. Pig. I just noticed a pig. So, as you guys know, we have so many pigs. But this is oh, slime spawning over there. I'm working on the slime farm. This is proof that this is going to work in some degree, some capacity. It's been about 1 Minecraft day, and I noticed a pig, guys. That's exciting. My sheeps were killed, guys. Wow, another update. A passive mob spawned in here, because it's technically considered indoors. Outdoors, I suppose. Or maybe outdoors doesn't even matter, but it looks like a wolf spawned and he killed our sheep. So I can always transport more sheep over here, that's fine. The important thing is they're not contributing to the mob cap right now, but more passive mob activity. Interesting. Just my luck, guys. I got pig after pig. And in fact, so many pigs that I didn't even bother showing them all here, but it was just a matter of time until we hit those cows. So guys, passive mobs really slowed down, and I was getting frustrated, like, where are those cows? And they slowed down because little did I know that there were passive mobs inside of my house that I just built. The window adorning with the grass was actually spawning passive mobs. And so, unfortunately, none of them were cows because they're too high, and I don't think they have enough space under the little trapdoor. So I decided I shouldn't be half-arsing this, guys, and I did realize that there were actually some rabbits and things that had spawned over on my old spawning pads. So I decided, in order to make sure the flow of passive mobs continued, I shouldn't be half-arsing this, and I'm going to go ahead and slab off these pads as well. Thankfully, having diamond tools with enchantments makes cleaning the stuff up and rebuilding it really nice and fast nowadays. Now that I was content that the world was in a decent position to spawn passive mobs, I just went AFK, guys. I got sick of waiting. It wasn't happening. I kept getting pigs. I just went AFK for a long time, and I was like tabbed out on my second monitor, and then I was alerted by the presence of a wandering trader. So check this trader out, guys. Nice cherry blossom. That's like a... I'm a noob at Minecraft, guys. I didn't even know that was like a wood type. Awesome. Every type of wood, the only way that I have it available is from traders like this, and I also got melon seeds on lock as well. But now that I was alert, I went around, you can see there's a sheep, and the sheep actually ate the grass, so I'm sort of sighing, but lo and behold, I did finally get what we were looking for, and I think my real reaction says it all. Oh my gosh. I see a cow. I see a cow off in the distance. There's 2 cows! Yes! Oh my gosh, I went AFK for ages. There is 2 cows. The Brovine Dynasty. Yes, dude. Come on, get inside. Oh my gosh, it's been like so long I waited, guys. There we go. It feels so good to... I kept getting pigs. Oh man, karma. The karma for my actions way in the early days is over with, hopefully. With plenty of cows, obviously, we can get plenty of beef, but also the leather. Very, very nice. And I can stop worrying so much, being so concerned over the passive mob cap. And I can clean up some of the stuff that I destroyed and put it back to its natural state here. Awesome. So, guys, what this means is that I have access to leather, which means I can make books, right? Easily make books, and we can start getting cartographer traders going and expanding, opening up those trades. We're going to be naming our Iron Golem Talos. He's, of course, the guardian, the manager, and protector of the slime farm. And let's get right into a build. As soon as I finished the basic build here, it started snowing. So we just got little pressure plates to close the gates behind us. Villagers can't access this, I believe. Got gaps for the snow, and just like that, you know, one cauldron used to take absolutely forever to update, but there's a couple hundred here, maybe almost 200. And yeah, they'll update a lot faster. But yeah, just a very, very simple little build, and I like it. Fits in nicely with our industrial area, looking just fine. Huge trader. Oh my gosh, beautiful. That's tin soil. Oh my gosh, really? Wait, does that give me way more than the orange sand or what? That's amazing. 64. Just obtained a massive amount of sand from a trader, and well, you guys know we're working towards cartography. We got the plenty leather now from accessing cows, and alongside our river here, which is supposed to be the source to the lagoon, let's start growing some reeds. I think that's the perfect use of it. Super humble, super basic, just using some of my sand here, so I've got some storage, and just growing some reeds to turn into paper and books soon along the little riverbank here. Previously we were messing with bees, and this is where I'm at right now, guys. This is my bee apiary, and really basic. These were the two that spawned in naturally, and I've got a bunch of others. But what we're going to do is I'm going to build a really nice epic apiary in this area. So this is just the temporary one.
Something actually took place here which hasn't happened in hundreds of days. I almost forgot what it felt like, to be honest. But I wanted to slow things down and show you guys in real time. I was just humbly working on my bee apiary, and you might guess it, but... That's right. I hit a bee. Not good. And I died, of course. So yeah, there goes my experience. If you're wondering where my experience went. Here we are. This is the bee apiary in its semi-final form. I have shears here, guys. And as you can see, there's like a... This is like an airlock to go in and out. Multiple doors. But this is basically the system. I figured why not make the walls out of the flowers. Really cool. And there's plenty of bees, enough to go in each of the little beehives. And there are hoppers both here and in the middle. That's why it's covered by carpet. And then here again. So the idea is that I can simply do this. You can see that they get pretty agitated. Like they're inside of their little chamber until they calm down again. And it replenishes very quickly with honeycomb. And of course we get all of the little goodies that automatically funnel. You can see them funneling in down here. And this is a little bit of insight into the guts of things. I don't mind leaving it open just like that. So yeah, really cool. I like it. Feels good. And they calm down in just a second. I can just do a drive-by. That's the idea. And get a lot of honeycomb. This is the banner for the Beanie Babies, which is the Bee Dynasty. Shout out to Empty Desk, which is on my Discord, a user who gave me inspiration for this banner. It actually looks better with black instead of brown, guys, but I don't have access to black ink. So I'm going to need to get some elevation to go up high, and then I will actually redo the banner with black. If you guys think you could make a sick banner for like one of the other dynasties, like the Frankenswines, go ahead and post it in my Discord, and I'd love to take that as inspiration. What, is somebody up there? One of the farmers is up there. Oh my gosh. Hey, is it Jimmy? Jimmy the farmhand? No. Oh, on the roof, Jimmy. Don't do it, Jimmy. Come here, you will be missed, Jimmy. Be careful. Be careful. Come down, Jimmy. Step away from the edge, Jimmy. No. I noticed that if you open their little inventory, they step towards you. Trying to trade, they don't run away. Come here. There we go. There we go. You got too much to live for, Jimmy. No, come back. Okay. Whew. It was a close call. Alright, maybe if I get a trapdoor, I can stop. I didn't think a villager would go up there, to be honest. I'll grab a trapdoor, and we can make a little latch to access the roof. Should better just like that. There we go. Oop. That should work. I don't think they can get up now. I've got to... Well, I don't really want villagers to accumulate up here because I don't think they go down ladders, if I'm correct, but they do go up. So they could accumulate in these towers. Let me apply a little trapdoor to each one of these as a safety. And we've got to do some safety improvements around here. You may have noticed the floor of the Church of the Lightning Stone. I worked on a little bit of a checkerboard pattern just to try to prettify it a little bit and hide some lighting under the floor, instead of all these torches everywhere. But it was time I did a bit of an overhaul to the Church of the Lightning Stone, as I had access to many more resources than when I had first created it. So there's something I'm really excited for, guys. Let me grab string. And next up, we're going to grab some beeswax. And I should be able to make, I've never done this before, candles, guys. Boom! 64 candles. Let's go. Let's do more. So this is one of the nice things about the honeybee farm. The Beanie Baby Dynasty is going to produce for us candles. Okay.
Now, I did a little bit of research because I didn't know about candles. They weren't in the game back in the day when I used to play, and you're supposed to use a flint and steel to light them, but I do have a solution for myself. Needless to say, back in the day, I did tons and tons of grinding inside of my mob farm, as it was actually iron and various things like glowstone that I really needed. And look at all the bows I have, guys. So if I remember correctly, look at this. Flame. So, yes, indeed. I don't know what some of these mean, guys. What's infinity? To not use your ammo or something? I'm on 55. It doesn't use your ammo. Dang. Wait, do I need ammo to shoot it? You do. Okay. Well, that's interesting, but what is more interesting? Cool, let's go. So, candles I want to put to good use. I mean, any kind of lighting in general is super cool. And so I played around with placing some candles down in the church. I actually hang lanterns from the ceiling, which I think is pretty cool. I created lecterns and added some protective measures. And this is the end result, guys, of the internal main room here of the Church of the Lightning Stone. Yeah, so just a mini overhaul to the Church of the Lightning Stone interior. I really like it, guys, with the candles addition and stuff. And I've made this stuff. This is basically like a door to go up. Just a bunch of trapdoors everywhere to prevent villagers from wandering about. And this is where we put our bibbles. We put our bibbles here. I actually don't know how to make a lectern with a book, guys. Am I stupid? It's because I lack books or something. But I plan to make lecterns with books to represent the bibbles. here's our little park that I created, guys, and I actually really like it. It's really nice sort of backdrop for this industrial area, making things look slightly less depressing, perhaps, with some activity going on, like the lantern approach. Looks good at night, and of course embracing some of that snow. But guys, more importantly, 1500 days, we're going to create our first snow golem. I'm looking forward to it. So let me showcase the little gateway here, guys. I like the gates. I think they're cool. They're kind of like anti-gates, just to be a little bit different. They're made of the powdered snow, so I can just zip through them like that. But of course, visually looking, they don't really look like a gate, so just something cute and different. But I think this design is going to work well here. If I just pop this on top, he should become a snow golem. Hey! Let's go! So I can't tell you how many times, guys, I've been told to make a snow golem. A lot of people wanting me to do something with old Halloween patches, that sort of thing. And here we are, after all this time, I have created one completely legitimately. No need to change patches. And not as though we need it. Awesome. Awesome. Everything breeds off of our iron golem farm. The iron for the shears, the iron for the shovels. One iron can be turned into many, many snow blocks. Oh! Okay, I gotta be careful with her boxes. No! My golem! Okay, guys, I'm gonna create another golem. Definitely the first golem in the world that you guys can name. Definitely the first. There has been no other golems. I don't want any elaborate conspiracy theories that this is a replacement golem or something like that. But first golem. Alright guys, 1500 days in the world, and surely the first golem, snow golem, let's go. Cool. Now, I have to be very careful of hitboxes, and also I should add some hoppers, hopper system and stuff like that around here. So this is a work in progress. Go ahead and name our snow golem if you would, guys, in the comments down below. Surely he's the first snow golem in the world. So a few things that I want to cover really quickly, just because they're a little bit less interesting. I did access the librarian and started accessing some of their goods, guys, and I'm in desperate need of ink. We really want ink. So if you look carefully coming up, you might be able to see something high in the sky, and I'm going to try to build a higher area, higher altitude, to basically spawn in some squids and get squid ink, I hope, in the future. Otherwise, I was able to separate 2 of the cows, which we obtained recently, to make sure that if my cows are ever wiped out, I still have that stock among the rest of sort of the animal patriarchs. And I had this idea, maybe we should create like a Noah's Ark or something in the future. That could be cool. But I have accumulated some rare finds from traders over the time, including saplings. And I've begun turning some of those saplings into more than just a sapling and harvesting a lot of wood of various different types. If I'm not mistaken, the only one that I'm lacking is actually the spruce at this stage. This is my storage yard. So I did have a lot of miscellaneous stuff just laid out over on the other side of those trees, whereas more specific things like iron would be at my iron golem farm. I decided, you know, forget it. I know people have fancy storage systems and stuff, guys. For me, I've always just had a storage yard. It's like almost nostalgic at this point. It's a tradition. And the idea here is that I sort of have like jungle log and then miscellaneous jungle stuff in each area, just like this. I've got saplings. I even have the pale oak sapling, which I really love, by the way. If I'm being entirely honest, my world is essentially one big wooden plank in the sky. And if we harken back all the way to where I actually obtained moss for the first time from a wandering trader and gained access to the azalea trees, that is when I put up a bunch of azaleas around the perimeter of my sort of world. to give a semblance of something more than just a boring horizon going on. And I actually really like the results, but we've come a long way, and I've been desiring something much more than that, and I figured what I would really like is some terrain off in the background, namely a mountain, some elevation. There's a couple issues, however. The only dirt that I have access to in my world, which is very precious, it's essentially how many moss I've acquired from wandering traders. You can also get dirt from Podzol. However, in my entire duration, like 1500 days in my world, I've never found a trader with Podzol. What I do have, however, is a mushroom, as I've acquired mushrooms from wandering traders previously, and right here is a mushroom if you didn't catch that in a previous video. By utilizing Silk Touch, I'm able to harvest the mushroom blocks, and I figured they do have the same kind of color palette as dirt. How would it actually look if that was what the terrain was composed of? And so begins a bit of a cutting mushrooms montage, guys. I went through my diamond pickaxe with Silk Touch and Unbreaking a couple times. I needed to repair it over on my anvil. I ended up having just about 4 chests full of mushroom blocks, which took hours upon hours of harvesting, by the way, despite it feeling pretty fast and efficient overall because you cut the blocks so quickly. It did take absolutely ages. And as it turns out, it actually wasn't enough. I did have to harvest more blocks, and I actually ended up using snow blocks in the build as well. So I would estimate actually about 5 full chests of blocks were utilized here. Alright, here we are. This is where I want the mountain to be. Now, this is mainly an aesthetic thing, of course. It's about the looks, guys. I'm really interested. I want to do a project like this. But there's actually other reasons I'm doing this. Number one is that I need water, which is at a high elevation, because I'm technically so low down on the y-axis that any squid that potentially spawn, like over in my mob farmer, they are actually glow squid. And I'd really like to access squid so that I can basically get black dye ink and also trade with the librarians and that sort of thing, just a little bonus. So I do want a little project up there, but also this is, of course, is our little sort of creek, which I just added in an addition off screen, basically. I just felt like adding it in, but I didn't make it as a dedicated part of one of my videos, unlike, of course, the lagoon. So initially, I built the lagoon. That's where we could initially sort of do some fishing, and I got my fishermen over there, and I thought it would be cool to basically join it up or have a water source. And where would that water come from? Well, it could come from a higher elevation, especially because we're in a colder biome. It's going to be snow-capped. So I thought, like, you know, it would add some kind of quaint niceness to the world, having water trickle down. So that's kind of a lesser project and part of the reasons why we're going to be doing it here. Otherwise, I've got my inventory full of mushroom blocks. Let's try not to fall off here, and we're going to get right into things. Now, if I'm not mistaken, guys, there's actually a 9x6. That is how many, which is 54 spaces there are inside of a chest. And each space was actually composed of a stack of 64. That means a chest can hold 3,456 blocks within inside it. If we multiply, granted it's slightly rough, but if I multiply that by 5 chests, that is over 17,000 blocks utilized in this build. So it was a big job. So after making some good progress, I realized that what I was building was beginning to look like a glorified ramp, and it needed more work on the side. So as you can see here, I kind of was doing the same thing again, but back inlaid further behind on each flank of the mountain. And then what I proceeded to do is basically link them up. The lower down the mountain, the more space I was willing to have, as, you know, it shouldn't be so steep. And with that being said, I also realized that the flat areas down here could be filled with the mushroom stalk, or eventually this is where I use my snow blocks on the flat areas, as they are kind of internal, and being a snowy biome, it is going to be covered in a snow layer, so you're not going to be able to ultimately see these blocks. With that being said, guys, it is apparent that this is a facade. You know, I'm not going to lie. It's kind of like an extreme version of when you're, you know, trying to do terraforming, you just cover an area up. As if I was to actually use a block in every single area at this scale, it would probably literally take like 1,000,000 blocks and much longer than a week of like hardcore grinding that this took, about 10 days. This is about the size of the mountain and what it looked like when I decided it was something that would be good to help me was to build a temporary version of the squid thing, like a water level up high, to give me something to look at, aim towards, build towards, to give me a semblance of how high the mountain was actually going to be. So I made my way up and I started working on that. The issue that we need to overcome is that the cold biome freezes water. So if I have water like this just standing still, it actually freezes. But what I've learned, which I hope is accurate, is that it freezes from the outside going in. So this is a 2x2 space. So each one of these is considered the outside of the water as a body. And each one of these could actually turn into ice. Now, if we reset this, the thing is that waterlogged blocks, guys, cannot turn into ice. And by doing it this way, as an example, this is the principle. Now going in here, these are not considered outside blocks of the base of water. They're not the outside because this is outside, but this cannot freeze. So this is the basic principle. Anytime I'm walking in cold biomes and I don't want to cover it completely, this is basically the other option, is to make like a lake via this method, and this is the principle that we're going to apply to our squid farm. So there it is. This is sort of the temporary scuffed version that I made, and giving me something to aim towards when down below, of course, and I really found it helpful after all. Now, I will remind you guys that I myself did not have any idea how this would actually turn out in a grand scale using the mushroom blocks, and I was very skeptical at first until I had built a decent size and it actually snowed. The first time it snowed, I realized how much that was going to help out the overall look, having the snow layer everywhere, just like you're used to in, you know, the outer terrain around the snow biome. Obviously, I lack the grass that would normally be there in other biomes. So as you guys know, I am not the biggest fan of the snow, but it's beginning to have a comeback and really win me over because this is awesome. So I actually have days worth of footage, guys, most of which you'll never see here, as I just built my way slowly but surely higher and higher at a steeper incline, I suppose, going up 2 and 3 blocks at a time. Eventually, I reached a stage where from down below, the goal actually looked really close, or in some cases actually touching what I had built up to, because what I had constructed was actually in front of that goal that I was looking for. So I eventually did a sort of a bit of a cop-out as I came so close, and I just built up a basic steps at a 45-degree angle, and then I went ahead and started to flesh that out. So I decided to also bridge out with basically the aqueduct. If you guys remember the aqueduct, the primitive version here, and put down some water and it would freeze for transportation out here. So initially the aqueduct was to serve multiple purposes, one of which was transportation, but the fact is I really don't have that many places to go, guys. So this is going to kind of be one end of the transportation area, and I will in the future basically set up like a booth here to have boats and stuff to zip around really nice and quickly. Laid down some water, of course, which turns into ice, and notice that the ice is freezing from the outside in, just as I was talking about earlier. So up top of the mountain here, guys, I'm creating the catch for what will be water columns coming down. And the gates, I put them down, and when they're opened up, they behave just like signposts where you can actually walk through them freely. There's no collision, but they will actually catch the water. So the goal is to have water columns where the squids will potentially just fall out of the columns. And up top here, where the water source will be coming from, I went ahead and waterlogged all of these steps, whereas the various blocks that were actually open have flowing water down where they're surrounded by water which cannot freeze, and that's the beginning of the columns where hopefully we'll get some squid spawning, as the altitude is perfect for squid spawns. So this is a glimpse at how it looks from below. Perfect. That level is appropriate for squids to spawn, and they fall out into nowhere. The next step is to create a platform, basically a catch, using hoppers to accumulate all of the little goodies that they drop. So the final build works like a charm, guys. Somehow, I even got a fish. How does that work? A fish able to spawn in there? But if I could passively get some food as a bonus, that's cool. And it's been a long time waiting for obtaining some ink sacs. I've got my banners ready to go to fix up the banner of the Beanie Babies. And we can do trading with the librarians. Snowball 2, that is the name suggestion that we're going with, guys. A Simpsons reference, Snowball 2, very fitting. I used to be a big Simpsons fan back in the day, and I appreciate those suggestions. Thank you so much. I did do a little bit of tweaking around here, just some nice storage on the opposite side of where the gate is, and I did actually reposition the sort of the entrance access to this little altar in order to farm the snowballs to the other side. Otherwise, we're going to be taking suggestions for the mountain itself, guys, but only epic suggestions only. So, hint, hint, Mount Olympiad. Wow, what a good suggestion. Thank you, guys. As you guys probably saw, the trees in the background there, I repurposed my planting plots where I grow my wheat and stuff over to plant some trees on the mountain, mostly around the base, and it made a dramatic improvement in my mind. It's those things that you would naturally see which really help the build sort of come together in my mind. So I did make a little pathway up the mountain, mainly for accessibility, but this is what I'm going to call the pilgrimage. When we go up, ascend the mountain. Make sure to like and ring the notification bell of this video, or you will have to make the pilgrimage every day, except barefooted. Now, you wouldn't want to do that, would you? So you know what to do. But this is the pilgrimage, guys. I have to admit, I made these little lamppost outposts, and I actually thought it would look cooler from further away. It is pretty scuffed. I was going for that kind of like humble scuffed staircase look. I don't know. I'm not that happy at the end of the day. I think it could be better. But, you know, it is what it is, and it does the trick here. Just simple access all the way up the mountain. And definitely some Skyrim vibes, guys. Our world looks a bit weird from here, I must admit. Dare I say, not looking that good, but it's pretty nostalgic to get such a view. So much history there. And here we are, at the top, just with our one little build. Now, the mountain looks terrible from here. It's a facade. My life is a lie. Avert your eyes. Avert your eyes. So I want to remind people that it's not supposed to be a focal point, but instead, you know, it's background. And it's been 1700 days here, guys. You can see 1701 days, and at no point have I had something like this, like terrain, a background. It looks absolutely brilliant for me, in my opinion. I'm thrilled with it. The result. Tell me what you guys think about, the mushroom block. Right here near the Church of the Lightning Stone, we're going to be building a fanciful building. It's going to be a great library where I actually want to put cartographer villages, if that's possible. I kind of envision this area in front of the Church of the Lightning Stone is going to be like a grand plaza, and we're going to have nice buildings surrounding it, and this is the spot right here for the great library. Just finished putting some lanterns up, and at least externally this is the finished product here, guys. I'm going to show you around. I like it a lot. It looks cool. I was definitely thinking about a name job, if you guys could name this building, because it's the Great Library. Internally, it's not finished. I want to put library books everywhere, as well as the lecterns and cartography tables and stuff like that, and we'll have villages inside. But I'll give you guys the tour, the rough layout. And in terms of naming, it did occur to me that, it's like the Great Library of Alexandria. Maybe you guys would like to name this whole spawn region, or like low-key name the world as well. I don't know if you guys have some good ideas. That would be really cool. But again, internally not finished, although I have mapped it out and I do have a plan. There's a lot of different access points, and we've got steps up here. So this central step, and then we've got a second level, as well as two other ways up, and then sort of a top level, which I wanted to kind of be like pseudo outdoors, and I think I achieved that pretty well. Good lookout spot up here, and I'm going to do a lot of adding flavor and increasing the inside, building the inside up in a future episode. So around the outside, more lanterns and a bit of a shrubbery going on. That's what I was going for. I think it looks really nice. I was worried about the proximity to the aqueducts here and how it would kind of interface with that, but I think it's fine. Happy with it.
not too awkward, nice and open, and happy with the build overall. If I'm going to build a town square here, these animals need to be moved around. They're the original animals of our animals dynasties down here. But look at that, nice with the sunset. I think it's a really happy. I'm glad, happy with the look. And tell me about your thoughts down below. Back over near Mount Mushmore in the Void area, guys, I did grow a lot of dark oak while I was building the library. And I've been resisting this a little bit because it's such a big job, but at least this time I have really nice tools, unlike when I first made the aqueduct. We're going to go ahead and put down a ton of dark oak. I can use some half slabs, but where I wish to place the water, it needs to be a full block so that it doesn't just become a waterlogged half slab. And then otherwise, I need to make it so that all around the adjacency of the lake, the outsides, are waterlogged blocks so that they don't actually freeze, and then the lake will not freeze internally. Unfortunately, these slimes that you see here became a big issue, but for now I was able to avoid them. So after doing the entire outskirts and the diagonal line throughout the lake, it was just a matter of putting down thousands and thousands of half slabs. And of course I was always actively growing dark oak while I was consuming it. Hanging out over the void, I encountered more friends. Villager friends. And as I placed down more half slabs, that created more viable locations for slimes to spawn. It snowed many times, which was inconsequential because the water would just wash it away. Slowly but surely, after filling in the void from different angles, it was more just like there ended up being multiple holes, which I was filling it in, and I could see the light at the end of the tunnel. This is the last little bit, guys. This is the last little bit. I've been doing this forever, and I hate slimes. I hate them. After this, I'm going to stand in front of Talos and watch him just murder some slimes, because they're freaking everywhere out here, if you can't tell that already. Oh my gosh. Here we go. The last hole. Oh, there it is. There it is. The next step is going to be water. We're going to put water down. And I need to take a break after that. Die, you stupid. During my construction process, I did come across a wandering trader, and I came to a realization. You know, I do kind of have infinite emeralds. You trade for 8 of these guys. I wonder if when we get wood, if I should just take them, honestly. I think I should. It's just such an efficient way, especially because you can 4x these. I think if we get traders with wood logs, I'm just going to take them to basically introduce more blocks into the world. I've got 3 iron buckets, guys, and it's been weird. You can see there are mobs everywhere, as that is a viable spawning location, but 3 should be a good number. We've got 3 water buckets full, and it's time for the great flooding. I'm going to go run away over where hopefully mobs aren't actually...
Whoa. Alive, spawned in. Hopefully everything else despawns here, and we got to do this during the day. Okay, here we are. So oh gosh, these slimes are everywhere, but we have to waterlog all of the surrounding steps around the outskirts. That's what I'm going to do first, and just fill up the buckets here. Just like that. Hopefully it isn't too bad. Hopefully the slimes are tolerable and I can just kind of ignore them if they get pushed away by the water. But yeah, I'll start with the outer ring and let's see how we go. I found that doing the section that was nearer to my sort of landmass wasn't too difficult due to this natural barrier that you can see keeping the slimes actually out. So it's pretty good. And the outer area wasn't too bad because I was able to sort of run along the outer ledge, as you can see. So pretty nice. The water also created a natural kind of windfall pushing the slimes away. But what I like to do is to run around to different sections and kind of maybe potentially allow the slimes to despawn and that sort of thing. But as you can see, it was basically just a whole lot of this filling things in and hoping that I didn't miss a spot so that we wouldn't get any ice occurring and mass spreading. But right as I finished up this section and you can see the water flow all the way down, I went over here to check in on all the nooks and crannies, and guess what I found? Exactly that. Some frozen ice blocks there. Okay guys, the flood is done, but there's ice over here. I have to stop it from spreading, and it's right near some slimes that spawn on the chunk. So they spawn on the chunk there of Mount Mushmore down at the base. So what a pain. I gotta break all of this. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. Trying to break this stuff and deal with the bad guys, but oh, there's a skeleton. Okay. Oh no. Oh my gosh. I'm cooked. No. Okay, if it shoots the slimes. If it just shoots the slimes. You got a body. Oh my gosh. No. Oh man. Oh shoot, I died again. I don't think I've lost anything, but jeez, it's not common that I die. I gotta run, go get my stuff, and stop the ice from spreading. How painful. So I found the spot of the ice, I gathered my things, and I just filling in these little nooks and crannies here, which went over all the way to the other side and completed the flattening achieved. So the next job is to actually get rid of this platform underneath, guys, and it's a painful job. I have to go around cutting with my diamond axe basically every single spot. So this is the type of thing that you need to do. I'm gonna do it while I watch something else on my side monitor and just casually plug away at it. In terms of how many blocks need to be torn up within this area, well, this long length is approximately 379 blocks, and the shorter length is approximately 118 blocks. This means that if we were to fill it entirely in, that would be 44,722 blocks. As you can see, it's not entirely composed of this wood that I need to tear up, though there is some space filled with the base of Mount Mushmore. What a huge job, guys. All the water has been placed and I'm out on my lake. Wow, it feels so cool to have a lake here, guys. Now check this out. I am so low on the altitude near the bottom of the world that I think it's because this is in the shade, but we have glowing squids down here, and I think glowing squids are in that category of animal that they can't, they don't stay around. Even if we give it a name tag or something, I think it will go away. Or maybe it will just fall out of the world in this case. But we do have a kind of little clan going on here of glow squids that will, I see them all the time directly under the little spider box. But otherwise, what a huge job, guys. I can't say for sure that that was actually worth it. But I'm out and about and I've got some water to play on. So that's really, really cool. It's, you know, it is big, but at the same time, once I start going really far in one direction, you know, the mountain starts looking worse from that angle and stuff like that. But I'm going to do more. I'm actually going to go and clean a lot of this up and prettify it. So yeah, otherwise I just did a huge overhaul as a kind of revamp to the world, prettifying everything and improving a lot of stuff that we've already done. So we have a little wharf here, guys, that I put here, you know, to kind of give easy access, a lot of boats around to our new lake. And I tried to make the entrance to the aqueducts, joining the aqueduct with like a real water source. It's a one higher spilling out here. I try to make it look more sort of concrete by using iron blocks. There's another one over there. Little reed area. So my reeds have been relocated from the little Nile area to this. This is where I have them. And I just grow them along the beach for now. That's fine. That little elevated area is actually because this is a slime chunk, preventing the slimes. But form follows function, like it makes it look a little bit different. Lots of lanterns up in the night sky. It looks really, really nice. Did an overhaul here to the little Nile River type thing, which inspired this entire lake. And as you can see, it's a one or half a block descended down. I kind of like the look. And as well as overhauled the lagoon. The lagoon used to be a little bit elevated, trying to streamline everything, just a bit of prettification. Following the Mount Mushmore trend, you know, I don't have dirt blocks, guys. I have very little, let alone grass, and I don't even have Podzol. I've yet to find a trader who sells Podzol. But I do have the mushroom block, and I'm actually a big fan. We might be the #1 Minecraft mushroom enthusiast at this rate, because look what I did to my little farmlands area. You know, again, it's simulated mud. It's nothing fancy. But this here, if you're wondering, I'm trying to simulate paths that look less fancy through the kind of animal mud area. And this is also a mushroom block. But these mushroom blocks, if you're not careful with them, I'll show you. We whack one there. When the mushroom blocks are joined together, that's my silk touch. See that? The underside has a funny sort of look to it. And I'm just messing around. I wanted to kind of simulate or just implied pathways with using that side of the mushroom block. I'm pretty happy with it all in all. The lanterns look a little bit too fancy for me for this area, so I put just a couple up. That's kind of the entrance over there. But this is, yeah, my new farmers, which were just out and about in an unusual spot. Here, I moved some tanners over to this area, nearer to the animals. And we've got animal pens because I've got a project planned for my the patriarchs, the leader of the animal dynasties, and I want to make sure that we have some accessible animals out here. So just various pens as well as various growing areas. The only way that I know of to obtain saplings is from wandering traders, guys. And I, although having so many other varieties of wood, including cherry blossoms and pale oak, I've never gotten spruce until now. It took 1900 days to acquire spruce, and that inspired me a lot. So we're going to cut a lot of spruce, and I'm going to be incorporating this into the build, which I'm really excited about. I harvested about 15 stacks of spruce logs, but I was building with it at one stage while I was waiting for more trees to grow. So it took a while of grinding, but I have a ton of spruce. This ship, this project, is going to be out inside of the void part of my world. And so we begin by building a little bit of a platform out there. The exterior. I'm going to be building the exterior outside part of the ship first. And of course, it's very tedious out here in the void, guys, going down water columns and stuff to get started. But once you get a bit of a ball rolling, it becomes easier and easier to build up. So I built a long line out along the sort of main length of the ship in order to build off of that. I have to make sure to light up the new areas and not get caught off guard, getting knocked off and losing, you know, my experience, and some of these items do have value. When I think of a ship, I think of sails and that sort of thing, but this is not an ordinary ship, it's an ark, guys. So it's a vessel to basically transport and inhabit for some period of time all of the various pairings of animals and things that I have accessible to me. And maybe the lore is that, you know, we floated here through the void or something and arrived near Arnold. So what I would accept is a sort of a lookout tower. Maybe there's land ho! I see Arnold from here! I began constructing the hull of the ship, just putting some broad strokes, so to speak, and descending down further below the platform near to the bottom of the world to put in the bottom of the ship. Quite beautiful and peaceful building out here in the void, especially when the sun's going down and things start to come together. It looks really nice, but ruining my peace are the slimes. As per usual, I should have seen that coming. I'm building in a slime chunk, and whether it's lit or not, I do have slimes which are potentially going to knock me off, and hopefully they're not too much of an issue once the thing is built. If not, I'm going to have to slime proof it somehow where they're spawning. Originally, when I built this world from nothing, it took months and months, and it was incredibly slow, one block at a time. Constantly looking out into the void, seeing total nothingness. Actually, when I first obtained great milestones like my wood for the first time, but then eventually that feeling wears away, I had this desire to have more to the world, like if I could just build a world up to be something great. And that's where, for instance, the perimeter of trees that I originally put up around half of my sort of border of the world to create a sort of form of a horizon effect, as well as even in more recent times, Mount Mushmore, right? Giving some diversity and some size. This is where this all came from. However, now that the world is much more built up, I've been thinking that I don't want to squander the type of world that I actually have. So I have the ability to build things in the void and to try to incorporate this void aspect of the world into my world, whether that might be through like a floating tree, small things or large things. I want to slowly incorporate that into the unique flavor of my world. So that's where part of the inspiration of making a Noah's Ark, but not on water, instead out here in the void came from. And I'm not the best builder ever, so I hope I can execute it well. I constructed a bit of a cabin area of the ship, as well as like a stairwell type system. Added a lot of prettification, like lighting outside of the ship, and cleaned up a lot of the snow. So the kind of exterior of the ship is finished now, and I kind of like the way that it's turned out. I still want to do the crow's nest up there. General improvements around the outside. I'm sure I can tweak certain things, and you can see these slimes. I hate these slimes. We got to stop that spawning as well. We dealt with the snow, but in my opinion, it's looking pretty good, guys. It's looking pretty good. So as far as my general thoughts, I'm not sure how much I will get done right now, but we're going to do the internal area. That's what's next. So on one side, we've got a sort of a stairwell up and down,
I think having other areas and accessibility is an issue, but these are the kind of three areas I've got working with. We've got the underneath, the sort of bow, would you call it, guys? The bowels of the ship. And I'm thinking about storage, maybe like transportation or something, just because I can. I don't think it'll be that practical. But then in this area, we're looking at food. I want little like food areas, storage areas. I want areas that are sort of terraformed like a pen for the animals to look more like it's an outside area. So that's going to mean dealing with this ceiling, most likely letting some light through, that sort of thing. And then we'll be looking at the layer above. I like the idea of these kind of barrels built into the edge of the ship and like a lot of storage. I think we're going to be doing a lot of barrels up top as well. So I've got this little area. Something to think about here is a transitioning up and down. And then we got this area, same thing on the deck level. And then finally, this is sort of, I guess, the captain's cabin or something, and there are slimes absolutely everywhere. So this is how it's looking right now. It just started snowing outside. Ah! Still got to solve some snow issues by the looks of things. And yeah, I'm going to get to work improving it further, but I'm pretty happy with how it looks at the moment. The interior. I began by taking designated sections and replacing the oak with some stripped oak logs and creating a standard checkerboard pattern, but this time out of birch and trapdoors. So I wanted the trapdoors to let a little light through, and yeah, just lightening up the area with some birch. Putting down some fences here decoratively, but also a gate with a trapdoor. And then I began to replace this oak on this level with my favorite block, of course, the dirt, the budget dirt. I am budget mushroom after all, and we're using more mushroom blocks, as you can see. So, you know, we're working on a budget, and it's my favorite block, guys. So, budget mushroom coming through again. So I decided to kind of custom build a tree, which is a bit of a first for me. I decided on azalea leaves, as I kind of like the flowers that they have. And I was working with a bit of a limited space, so a little bit challenging, but overall I was pretty happy with the result. And I built a super special area for the Beanie Babies, guys. Don't forget about the Beanie Babies, because they have to be on the ship as well. So I've got a little designated area, which is like honeycomb inspired, and maybe it's like the hive. We can call it the hive or something. Lastly, I had to transfer the original animal patriarchs over to their new home inside of the Ark.
Bit of hair. Smashing. Okay. Coming round now. Coming round. Yes. Yes. Great. Yes. Yes. No. No, it's not working.
Here we are inside of the Ark. The indoor area, which is supposed to be terraformed and look kind of like an outdoor area for my animals to live. I put down some vines in this sort of swampy area, and I'm not 100% sure how they're going to behave, if they're just going to take over everything and won't look so good. But this is a nice little cozy swampy area that I made using some spruce wood and some moss carpet here. I'm trying to incorporate carpets, guys, into my builds because I have a gross lack of dirt. But speaking of which, you can see I did designate some of my precious dirt, which in this case is grass. Try to make some little sort of flower pots here. Something I've really been wanting to do is like put azalea hedges down and rows and stuff, but I just cannot do that as I don't have the dirt. So tell me, guys, what you think. Obviously pretty small area. I try to make it look more illuminated with the bright colored birch and the holes in the roof. Here's one of my trees that I made, putting down a lot of little vegetation. The idea is, you know, I'm kind of going for a combination of storage look, but also, you know, this is what they munch on, the animals. We got the brovines over here and the Frankenswines hanging out, as well as our sheep, which the dynasty doesn't have a name. I built some little homes for them, sort of sleeping areas. And these trapdoors on the ground are actually fast travel. Whoa, except that one doesn't work. It's because you can't use a half mushroom block. So I can't access that one. Actually, probably a waste of time being there. But I'll show you the others just to go underneath. Here we have Ginger and Spot, my cats. I relocated them. Spot's head is currently, he's peeking outside. He's peeking out into the void. So I made a little automatic egg collector thing. Very, very basic build. Just got a hopper in there, a couple chickens trapped. And why not? I don't think eggs have that much of a purpose, but this should automatically fill up with eggs with a hopper above it. You can see I'm trying to have a little area, like farming area for the ark. And we've got the llamas, Peter rabbits, and the mother cluckers hanging out here. Going for a larger pen style area for the llamas. And put some mushrooms down, why not? So here's the hive, guys. Check this out. I don't know. Well, I really, I'm trying. I'm trying to be creative. I did sort of only put a couple bees in there, much like 2 of each, right? Going with that theme. And currently, I don't know, I use these hives down the bottom for decoration, but I think they might be accessing them somehow and then getting stuck inside. I'm not sure, because I don't see them currently at the moment flying about. But I try to be creative. I was really liking the idea of a kind of, honeycomb, where people have these, where they collect and breed bees and they're able to access the honey. That was kind of the inspiration for this build. But I did want to make a bee area. And I thought trying to make a hive like hanging from the ceiling or something could be cool. But, doing my best. Currently they're not available though. So there is some activity because we got honey here. But yeah, it might need to be improved so they don't get stuck. And the light in here is primarily... Why was that open? Primarily to allow some visibility. So I'm going to tweak it a little bit, I think, and try to make it look a little bit naturey. Got some storage for potentially some wax and some honey and stuff like that. But that is the main internal area. So this here is like supposed to be the gate, guys. Obviously, at one point, I try to make a sort of drawbridge type thing where the animals marched in and out. And I'm pretty happy with how that looks. Heading over to the back of the ship. This is, I've just got a few of these placed about where there's quick access. You don't have to walk all the way to one end or the other. Nothing special here. I hope one day to sort of have powered rails, but it's mostly aesthetic, guys, just for look. I like the idea. I've got a cart way down there, if you can see it. Might be too far away. Just the principle, the idea of having transportation, hypothetically, this is where the animals will transfer back and forth, but, it's nothing special. And then this is sort of the stairwell at the bottom layer. Nothing fancy here. So I actually struggle a lot with internal decoration and things like that, guys. So definitely please give me some tips if you think of ways that I could improve the Ark. But, I never considered myself a builder, like, ever. And then I attempted to do some of this stuff. A lot of people have been complimentary, and I appreciate that. But I'm much worse with internal decoration than anything else. So, yeah, I'm trying to work on it, but what can I say? So I put up some banners, and that's something I've never seen before, but just doing what I can. And the idea was to make a sort of more private off area here for some bidding, and you can hear some we got some workers about. There's still some slime activity, as you can see. Very annoying. I don't really want to half slab everything up, so I have to think about that one. Just some storage, a storage area. You can kind of see it from the outside if you look closely. I like the idea. This is another thing I've been fiddling about with as a transparent or semi-transparent, what would you call it, foundation of the stairs. I think it looks pretty cool, actually. Something I haven't seen before. And up here we have the captain's quarters type area, which I'm not that thrilled with either, but I did decide... Oh, this needs tweaking, doesn't it? People can't come in or out. Okay. I gotta fix that. I did decide to get some cartographers going. As you can see, I thought that would be a cool addition. Yeah, that might be an improvement. Like that. And also down below, there is supposed to be a fisherman. But that's him. I guess I can't get mad at him for slacking off on his job, considering he got trapped in here. So that's fine. Yeah, and then just some lighting hanging up, as you can see. So that is pretty much it for the art, guys. I'm pretty stoked with how it turned out. I do want to, obviously, like most things, I do a lot of tweaking and a lot of improving as time goes on. I typically find a lot of inspiration. That's how these things work out. I want to show you these areas from above. For me, it's quite cool to be able to look through and just see some of the activity below you when you're not distracted by these slimes that are everywhere. Get out of my life! Get out of my life! Thank you! I humbly request that you perish. And then here we got the crow's nest up above. Nothing fancy, but it's going to be a bit of a landmark and a nice viewing point as the world develops here even further. Aha! Just like that. So if I had binoculars or something, is there such a thing? I could look around. So in the beginning of this video, I was standing in this courtyard, which is actually new to the world. I constructed it, and I thought rather than doing it first, I would do it on the back end of this video, as it might be a little less stimulating. There is a third building that I want to attach to this courtyard, and the plan was to have this area be sort of high class, looking really nice and polished. I don't mind the Church of the Lightning Stone being an intermediary between the fancy looking area and the more, you know, run down rural looking area. But that was the goal, to like overhaul the very ground that I'm standing on. And what better block to use that looks nice and polished than iron blocks, guys? So, you know, once upon a time I had nothing in this world, and it's kind of, I'm in awe of myself here, where it feels so weird using iron blocks, which of course are accumulating over time. The iron is from my iron golem farm. I had less than a third of a chest of iron blocks though, so it does feel really weird to build with them to this extent. But hey, at the end of the day, what else are they there for? I've got plenty. Using a lot of pale oak in the build is it's kind of the same color palette, but my favorite thing to incorporate here, which I was really happy with, was the mushroom stem blocks, guys. So I'm using the mushroom stems like pathways, and I really like the look because it kind of has the same palette and looks almost like something nice like marble or something, but it's been scuffed from footprints and wear and tear of being walked and trodden on. Really liking that as like a nice upper class kind of path. Boom. There it is, guys. I erected some trees, as you can see, and I was waiting for more snowfall. So as it happens, the snow, it does fit the color palette. You guys know how I feel about the snow.
not the best. Oh, ouch. But this is looking south towards the Church of the Lightning Stone. I'm actually really happy with it, guys, that the pumpkin lighting has been growing on me a lot. You know, what can you do? I don't have a perfect solution right now. But the pathway, it does look like a combination of sort of worn and scuffed up a bit, but also fancy to me. We're looking over here west towards the Great Library. Damn, that looks pretty cinematic, right, guys? Sheesh. And then I suppose we could look over, what is this, north? It's too dark, but that's how it looks at the moment during the night, over towards the mob farmer. And speaking of lighting, down here beneath the courtyard, I added this area which potentially has all this hidden lighting that I can use underneath to try to avoid some of this torch spam everywhere. And this was originally where my animals were stored, away from Arnold, so that more passive mobs could hopefully spawn in, but they were stored here in the boats, and the original animal patriarchs, which I moved earlier this episode, into the Ark. And I also, thinking about doing the Ark, I had the inspiration to capture llamas and tame them so that they would stick around, as you saw earlier. So I showed you guys this in reverse as I did this before the Ark, but it's finished here, guys. This is sort of current day finished. The last major build here that I've done in the last 2,000 days, that is the museum that I built in the very beginning of this video. The museum was just an ambition that I had a long time ago, and I can't believe it actually took 2,000 days to come to fruition. But I started off by building pathways around this area, continuing the theme with the mushroom stem block. And after building the pathway, I wanted to build a sort of foundation to build the rest of the museum on. So one thing that I've been dealing with is this idea of, you know, nice buildings should perhaps be on another level, a higher y-axis kind of altitude above other things. You know, it makes them look more prestigious and more fancy. And that's something that I didn't have the foresight to achieve with the Church of the Lightning Stone or even the Great Library. But I did try to simulate that a little bit to give that kind of effect by actually inlaying my plaza here in this courtyard. I do like the result, but for the first time I really want to sort of put this next build up on like some nice fancy stilts, and that is this foundation that I have constructed. So you basically end up with this pattern, which is like a 3x3 of pale oak with the stripped pale oak logs facing upwards so you can see the spiral, as well as 3 iron blocks in between. This cost a lot of iron blocks, and you know, actually about half the iron blocks I'd accumulated since the iron column farm has been switched on. Really costly in a way, but I think it's worth it to achieve the result. Once I had finally built the foundation of this area, I laid out where I believe the posts were going to go for this build as the main structural supports, which I was going to build up using the spruce that I only have recently acquired. I'm a big fan of it. Really, it's about doing the walls, adding a lot of details, and in this case, I used fence posts, trapdoors, some leaf blocks, iron railing fences, whatever they're called, and then I basically put the roof on and did a lot of internal decoration as well, mainly a sort of observing higher level area, some fences and chains hanging from the ceiling to give it kind of some structural support. $1,998 days, guys, in the world. 2 days away from 2,000, and bam, this is the most recent build that I've constructed. I'm really kind of, you know, a little bit proud of myself, guys. I don't consider myself a bit of a builder in the past, doing my best, and I think it looks really, really nice. I'm really happy with it. Got some nice lanterns hanging. It actually came out looking quite
Asian, I will say. It seems like Asian-inspired architecture. That was not exactly planned, but it's a happy accident, as Bob Moss would say, because I do like it. Yeah. And I've gone for some things I've sort of done in the past, like shutter type of looks in the roof. These are kind of like open areas and they're intended to be, but I didn't want snow coming indoors. Of course, we've got the mannequins, guys. I don't have access to a lot of things in the world. For example, levers to give them arms or anything. When I originally envisioned having sort of mannequins, I thought I would dress them up somehow, but I don't know how. It still has a nice museum look, in my opinion. I was at one stage a little bit concerned about this upper level made of trapdoors, actually. Not having that much structural integrity looking to it, but adding these chains everywhere has really improved the look, in my opinion, and it looks strong enough, you know, without having actual sort of little support posts or anything like that. Messed around with support posts, and it makes it look a little bit too busy, in my opinion. So, of course, we have Arnold, Blizzard, William, Bob Moss, Bambi, Sirius, and Emmy, all represented here. And it's crazy to think, guys, maybe one day we will get our first stone or something like that. But for now, you know, we stopped representing blocks as our achievements. In this area, I do have, as you can see, all of these item frames on the ground. And I would love it if this little part of the building was actually like a world map as the world continues to grow. I do have maps up on my great library. There's sort of a cartography area upstairs. And, you know, I could duplicate them, I believe, and put them on the ground. But the size of my world is very limited compared to the size of this room. So it's sort of a work in progress. I also did a ton of other things, guys, to sort of prettify the world, if you will, including something that I did dabble in previously, which is moss carpets. So I got moss carpets here, and you know, I really am trying to eliminate the torches everywhere to keep the snow down kind of look. And that includes embracing the snow a little bit now that I don't mind about the passive mob cap in the past. I didn't want to have foxes and rabbits about ruining things for me so that other passive mobs would spawn in, but we don't mind about that so much anymore. I'm a little bit torn. These lighting in the streets, it was supposed to be to prevent snow, but you can see that there is a little bit of snow activity still, and I think, personally, I'm going to try to just cope with it, see how it, if it warms up on me, and you know, it is a snow biome after all. You can see the cherry tree that I've put around. So the carpet here in this area doesn't require, there's a torch up here, that's because I wanted my trees to grow. It doesn't actually require lighting. This is all mob proof. I would say with the exception of if there's like a too high slot there, a mob could spawn there. But lighting is pretty generous nowadays. So if I put some lanterns up on these corners, just like I did over on that side, it should provide enough lighting that mobs don't spawn here, and with the exception of the snow on top, there won't be snow on the ground. Looking pretty nice in my opinion. So it looks like I've got a few more lanterns to place down. These guys are really noisy, but it's a whole different look that you guys might be used to here with the Church of the Lightning Stone. And it really adds some kind of like national park look and feel, in my opinion, prettifying the area. Standing here at night and under the Church of the Lightning Stone, just to put some of these lanterns up, but I really like the kind of contrast where it's a little bit dark around the outskirts, a little bit of wilderness sort of feeling to it, which has been really lacking in my world. And different angle here to our finished product museum. Little area I made with the pale door on the ground. Put a line of candles down the Church of the Lightning Stone to try to prevent snow from accumulating around the front, which seems to be somewhat successful. We'll have to wait till the next snow. But finally, guys, a kind of four-way look at my courtyard. In terms of my most recent time playing Minecraft, this is what I've been working on primarily. I'm making a really nice fancy area. I recall just, it didn't seem like long ago, standing upon nothing but wood blocks, which took a lot of time to farm and energy to place and build down, and having this feeling of dissatisfaction where it's quite ugly. But slowly but surely, this area has been transformed, in my opinion. Looking really, really nice, and I'm really happy with the result. I'm pretty proud of myself to build this kind of stuff, and I hope that you do, in fact, think it looks fancy. Do you guys see all those successful videos which are like, can I beat Minecraft when I'm doing a handstand upside down while playing with my toes? This, as it turns out, is not one of those videos. It's not one of those series. As I said in the intro of just about every one of my episodes, this series is about taking this world to the absolute limit. And here we are, standing atop Sirius. It is the evening, as you can see, the sun going down of day 1999. We're about to make it to 2000 days, and just looking over everything that I have created, what an absolute journey, guys. It has been absolutely insane, and I wanted to give you guys a big shout out if you're still watching. This is by far the longest video I've ever posted and probably will ever post to my channel. I just really appreciate you guys being here, so it's a big honor. Look at our world and how far it has come. And here's to 1,000 more days, or who knows how much longer, guys. I'm feeling really inspired. I've been really enjoying myself lately, and here I'm back at it again. We're going to be posting more videos, more live streams, and I feel like my building skills with every build that I do is improving each time, and I've got a lot in mind as what I want to do in regards of improving some of my builds and doing other builds. I have things planned out, and I'm really looking forward to it. Now that the sun is setting, guys, I just want to point out the fact that I think things look much more aesthetic during the nighttime. Do you guys agree with me? There's much more contrast with the lighting of various areas and things, and it looks much cooler and epic in my opinion. That's something that I have noticed. The sun has fully reached the horizon. It must be when the horizon begins to fade. 1,999 days becomes 2,000 days. 2,000 days hype. I cannot believe I've survived and prospered this long. And I will remind you, boom, 2,000. I will remind you guys that I spent hundreds of days worth of time grinding on one block, pressing the save file, reload where time did not pass. But what a journey, that is it. 2,000 days, one block, and I'm so here for it. I'm looking forward to more. And the truth is that this experience has ruined Minecraft for me. I actually don't want to play Minecraft in any other way.